All of you, welcome back to yet another project video. In this project, you're going to build your Web3 chat GTP where you're going to sell the membership using NFT and user can use their chat GTP on the blockchain. Let me give you a quick overview that what you're going to build in the next couple of hours. You can simply ask your question here, write a letter for office leave and it's going to give you the response. And here we got the response from our chat GTP, and you have noticed that our input text is disappeared because we have completed our free trial. So if the user want to use this chat GTP, they have to take the membership, and that's what you can find here. Free member left 5 out of 5. You can increase this number to any number, but we are providing 5 free trial. And we have a different, so they can simply take the membership. So here we are promoting one membership, which is a 3 Matty. But here you will find all the membership. You can add as many as you want. So I want to take this membership, click on this select plan, and here I have to make the transaction. And here I'm back in this, and here you can see I'm in the pro membership, and now I can easily able to search for the next 1 month. So we are selling different kind of membership for 1 month, 6 month and 1 year. Let's have a search. We have different categories which you can pick. Let's ask for the personal advice. Give me some personal advice about coding, and it will respond back to you. Take your time and don't be afraid to ask question. Coding can be complex process, so it's important to take your time and make sure you understand each step before moving on. Beautiful advice. Now you can go to the email generator and you can ask for an email. So we'll say write a letter for office leave and give a valid reason. It's going to generate the letter for you. All you have to do is to simply copy, paste and send to your boss. I won't recommend you do that. If you have a valid reason, then do it. Otherwise, don't try to leave like it. We got it. Now let's do the password generation. Generate strong password. Hit enter and it will generate the password for you. Now let's ask for the travel advice. Click on that. Give travel location best, and here it will give you some of the location which you want to go and beautiful places. Let's write a AC. So write a AC on Lion King for 5 years old. It's all about your creativity, that what kind of prompt you ask, and here it will give us a response. So the Lion King is a classic Disney movie that has been loved by children and adults as well. So it will give you the entire story of the Lion King, which you can have a look. So beautiful response we are getting, and here we got the entire story of a 5 years old. Now you can generate the code as well. Let's click on that and we can type write a Solidity code example. You can ask whatever code you want to write and it's going to create that code for you. So every single thing is working fine, and let's click on the social media. Let's ask for it. Build social media strategy for, let's say, fitness, or you can search for the blockchain coder, and it's going to give you a couple of advice which you have to do to promote your business on social media. And here we got the entire strategy for our social media. You can click on this ask code. We have different category which you can pick from and you can store. So this is what you're going to build, and we're going to click on this, and here you can display all the important question which you want to highlight for the users, or you can store the information here. There is other plans. Right now we have this 3 membership, but you can add 10, 20, is totally up to you. This is the membership. Click on this question. This is the question section where you can highlight some of the important questions for your clients, for your users, about the memberships, about the pricing plan. Click on this, and this is the promote plan, and here we can store the user of the information about the user, so they can easily able to update and create their account as well. And here you will find the plan of the user, that what plan they have taken and their ID and the coin, and this is the expiry date. So after this the plan is over and they're not able to use our chat GTP, and from there they can update their password. So all of the things are working absolutely fine, and these things you're going to build. You will build all the ChatGPT features, but you're going to also build this particular landing page for our ChatGPT, which we can use to promote our application. And I will show you one more thing at the end of the video, that you will get the complete UI styling of this entire ChatGPT. So just wait till the end. So this is how the front end would look like. A landing page we have designed for this particular ChatGPT, which we use to promote, but we have a lot of pages. So right now we have this dollar, because if you want to take the subscription in form of dollar, integrating the Stripe payment gateway, you can very easily. So come here, we have this navigation bar, you can click and you will have here. Now we have this about, you can add the different pages we have. Again, I will show you at the end of the video. And it's pretty good. Here we have the login, click on the login, and we're going to build this page as well where user can come and log in, so they can sign up and they can log in. Let's sign up first. We'll say Daulat Hussain, then we'll take the email ID, then we'll take the password, and we have to confirm the password and click on the sign up. So as soon as the sign up will start, here you will find that start chatting. Click on that. It will take you to this page, and here you can able to find the information. All the data is available, so you can update your password, you can update all the information. Let's provide the last name, but make sure to provide all the fields together one more time, because that's the logic I have built. You have to do the same thing for the password as well. And this looks fine. All the data is updated. You can change the password as well. Come here, and this is the home page. Things looks pretty fine. Nice over effect we have on this card. Now we have this search feature component. This is the feature component, and this is the one, and this is the ultimate features. What are the features we are providing? Then we have the pricing sections. Then we have all of things. We have the dollar, but we're going to convert it into a MATI, or we can also provide the dollar payment gateway as well. And we have all the common asked question by the user, which you can display right up here. And we have the feature section, we have the footer. So this is what we're going to build in this particular project, and this is what we're going to build. So these are the two pages. Here we are. So I have created this particular folder, ChatGPT DApp. Make sure to create that folder, and inside that we don't have anything. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the starter file. So come here in the browser, come to the blockchain coder. Here you will find the source code of all the project we have built on our channel. So come back here, go to the source code section, and simply scroll all the way down. So these are the project we have already built, and I believe that you guys have built some of the project. If you haven't, have a look at this. So you can simply click on this recent, and you will have this filter. Click on that, and here you will get the final code, or you will get the starter file. So simply click on the starter file, and you have to get all of this. Simply copy that one and come back in your VS Code, open up your terminal and type git clone and paste the string and give this dot. So this will clone the repository in the same folder. It's not going to create a new folder. So hit enter, and it will simply copy the entire starter file. And here we have the starter file. And the reason why I'm providing this starter file to all of you guys, because many of you have installed the wrong package version, and because of that the applications are not working. So that's why I decided to give you the entire folder and file structure, so you guys can start working straight away. But I would suggest you to focus the structure we follow in all the project. So the structure I have followed for the entire component, the structure which I have followed for the project, that's all you have to focus. Try to understand that one. Close this one. Let's have a look on what you will get in the starter file. So since delete this one, then we have this, expand this, we have the component. Inside that we have this 3 component for the 3 pages. We have the authentication. Inside that we have this index, login and sign up. Then we have the chat. Inside that we have all of this component which we're going to code together. Then we have the home. We're going to build this one, and this one is going to be our landing page, pricing, service and testimonial. So this is the entire component we have. Now we have the context. So we have the context and we have the index. Now we have the contract. Inside that we have nothing. We're going to write it together. Close that one. We have the public. We have the pages. Inside that we have the 3 pages we're going to build. So this is the app.js which we have to configure. Then we have the chat, index and then login. Then we have the public, and inside that you will get some important assets which you have to keep it as it is. If you know that, then you can do the modification. Otherwise I'll just tell you to leave it as it is. So we have this asset folder. In that you will have given all the assets. So you can see this is the user images. This is the asset folder. In that you will have all the CSS, all the fonts, all the images. So I would recommend you don't need to do any changes in here. So inside this assets, and the CSS files are provided to you in the normal CSS and both in the SAS CSS. So it's totally up to you that whichever you want to use it, but just follow along with me, everything will make sense. So we have the base file, Then we have the components, we have the layouts. So here you can see all the components, looks pretty good. And we have the main CSS file, we have the vendor, and these are the compressed version we are using. I have already compressed for all of you guys, so you can simply import it. This is the font, this is the images. So all the images we are using in this project, that's all it here. This is the home one, this is the blog, looks good. Close this one, and that looks good. And here we have the entire JavaScript. So I have imported a couple of libraries which we are using as a slider, as an animation. So that's what you will find here. So we have this one, custom, error, slider, sticky, all of this libraries we have used. So in React, what happened, we have this libraries. You can use it with the help of npm packages, or that's, you can use the npm packages to bring the certain functionality, but I would like to go with the library which I have. So this is the entire library, and here we have the entire CSV file which is given to all of you. So this is the authentication, characters, we have the contact, feature, home, price, service, social, and we have all of this. So again, don't need to do anything in that, just leave it as it is. So that's the public folder we have, and here we have the script which we're going to write it together. Then we have the server file. So in that we're going to build a server, the backend server, which is going to trigger our AI. You can see these are the packages we are using, and make sure to install the exact version. If you do any modification in here, your application might not work. But I'm going to use this particular version because right now at the time of recording, these packages are most stable one. Close this one, and we have nothing in here in the server.js. Then we have the style. Inside that we have the same asset folder, which I have simply copied in here. You can see the same files we have, and here we have the global CSS. In that we're going to write the entire code or all the imports. So this is the style, this is the test file. Again, ignore this file because this will be generated by Hardhat. And we have this utils. Inside that we have this API feature, and here we're going to build some most common functionality for our application. So that's the structure. Then we have the git. Then we have the Hardhat config file, don't need to do anything, and we're not going to configure and deploy to any test network. We're going to do it on our localhost. We have the Next.js, we have the package.json file. So these are the packages we are using. Make sure to use the exact version no matter when you are watching this video. And I want to suggest one thing, that make sure to use the exact Hardhat version, because right now Hardhat updated their version, and if you use the latest one, it's not going to work. It will create a problem at the time of deployment. What I have noticed that some of you have the Hardhat installed globally, and that global installation which you have done in your computer, it's in the upgraded version. So make sure to remove that updated version and use this particular one. Okay, so check that whether the Hardhat installed in your computer as a global one or as a dev dependency. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind. Close this one, and now here we have some important links which you can follow, and that looks pretty good. So we have this one. I will simply remove this to ChatGPT, and looks good. This is the final starter file, final code, and close that one. Now we have to install the dependency. So open up your, come back here in the server. So first we have to install the dependency. So simply open up your terminal, and we have to install npm I, or you can type npm install, both will work fine, and it will install all the packages. So you can see that I have no issues. If you get any issues while installing the packages, make sure to check that which one is causing the issue and which packages are installed globally. So come here, we have installed the packages. Simply clear the terminal. Now we have to get into the server folder, cd server, and inside that we have to install the packages. So come back here, we have all of these libraries which we are using. So simply install that npm I, and that will install very quickly. So we have installed the packages and everything is looking good. We have no issues. Now what we can do is we can simply get out of this folder. Here we are, and now let's start the application. Npm run dev, and simply come here, click on this, and here you can see our application is working fine. So we have no issues and everything's looking pretty good. So we are done with that basic setups and all the installation. Now we can start writing some global code. So close this one, come back here in the CSS file, and now we have to import all the files, all the CSS file. So let's do that. So we're going to use this import URL, and we have to get into the asset folder, which we have in the same CSS folder. And from there we can take all this CSS file one by one. So let me do it very quickly. Asset CSS vendor, and then we'll take the bootstrap. Then we'll take the asset CSS vendor. Then we'll take the icons. Then we'll take the base remix. Then we'll take this asset CSS vendor. We have swiper bundle mini.js. Then we have the CSS vendor OS, and the last one is going to be our main CSS file. So this is all the import we have done for the CSS. Again, you can use the SaaS version. Both the version is given to all of you guys, but I will go with the normal CSS one. So now let's write the utility classes which we will use in the application. So let's build that. So the first one, we have this icon custom, and inside that we have to assign the font size 1.5 RAM, and we have to assign this particular primary color which we are using in our application. So this is the custom icon. Then we have to take this mobile custom menu, and inside that we'll take this font size to 1.5, and we'll take the color to be the second one. Now come here, we'll take this icon size. Inside that we'll take the font size 1.5. Then we'll add the container classes as a utility model. Then we'll take this chat container, we'll take flex 1, and we'll take margin left 1 RAM, display flex direction column, we'll have a gap 10 pixels, we'll have a padding bottom 150 pixels, come down, we'll take the wrapper, then we'll say width is going to be 100%, padding is going to be 15 pixels, chat width is going to be 100%, max width 1280 pixels. Then we have margin auto. Then we have this display flex direction row, align item flex start, gap 10 pixels, and this is the entire chat. Now come here, we'll have to target the profile. Width is going to be 36 pixels, height is going to be 36 pixels. We'll take the border radius 5 pixels, and background is going to be our second primary color, the orange. And then we'll say display flex, justify content center, align item center. So this is the entire profile. Now come here, we'll target the AI profile, and inside that we'll take a background to be our third primary color. Primary color. We'll take the profile image, and we have to say width is going to be 60% and height is going to be 60%. We'll take the object fit to be contain, and come down here, we have to target the message. Inside that we'll take flex 1. Color, we have our primary color, then we have the white space pre-wrap, and then we'll have the scroll bar width none, and we'll have our WebKit. So MS overflow style none, and that looks pretty good. So this is the message CSS classes. Now we can come down, we'll target our new space, and we have to build a space class. So we'll say padding 0 and 1 RAM. So that's the entire CSS we have written. So all the import of our CSS file. Again, the model we're going to follow building in our application is going to be like a Tailwind CSS model, but instead of using Tailwind, we are using some custom library like Bootstrap, Icon, Swiper, or EOS. Okay, or we have built our own custom CSS classes, because I want to teach you everything that how you can build your own classes and use it as a Tailwind. Here we have the custom one. So icon, this is the chat wrapper, chat profile, AI, and messages and new space. So this is the entire global CSS file we have, and that's the only thing we have to do in here. So close this one. Now we can close this one, and now we can come back in the contract and we can start writing our contract. So if you come back to the application, you can see every single thing is working fine, and here we got our color back in our application. So it's dark. If you look at the inspect element, there is no issue we have in our search console, means every single thing is looking absolutely fine. And now we can start working on our contract. Click on this, click on, and let's build the contract for our application. So first we have to take the license identifier. So we'll say license identifier is going to be an unlicensed. Then we'll take the Solidity version. It will be 8.9. Then we have to take the contract. Then we have to import the library, Open Zeppelin library. So we'll have this Open Zeppelin, and we have to get the contract. Inside the contract we have the token. Inside that we have the ERC721, and we have to get our ERC721 contract. So this is the import we have done. Click on this, come back to the node module. Inside that you will find the Open Zeppelin. If you click on that, inside that you will find this, let's say, token, and inside that you will have this all contract, and this is the contract we are using. So this is the ERC721, and inside that we have this contract ERC721, and this is the entire contract. You can simply copy and use it in the contract straight away, but that's not the good approach. Or you can build your own, but we're going to use this Open Zeppelin, which is the contract is tested and audited very well. So this is the contract we are using. Simply close that one, and now we can start working on it. So come here, and we have to take the contract, and we have to call it GPT membership. We have to inherit the Open Zeppelin ERC721. Inside that we have to take a couple of variables. So we have to take the address, public, honor. Then we have to take the UNT256 public, membership types. Then we'll take the UNT variable public, we'll take this total membership. Then we'll take a string, and it will contain the name. You can give your name, but this one is the optional value. I'll say my contract, and I'll say the author, just to let everyone know that this is the contract I have built. So now we'll take a struct, and in that we have to define all the property we want to store in our contract about the membership. So let's do that. So first we'll take this UNT variable, which is going to be the ID of a NFT. Then we'll have the Sign name. Then we'll have a cost, and at the end we'll take the date, that when this particular, so when the membership started. So that looks the entire struct for the membership. Now we can build the struct for the user membership. Inside that we'll take the ID. Then we'll take the membership ID for the user, which he or she will take. Then we'll take this address, and we have to keep the address of the user. Then we have to keep the cost, that how much he has paid. Then we'll take the expiry date. So these are the important we have, and I'm getting this warning, so I know why I'm getting that one. So let's take the mapping, and inside that we have to take the address, and we have to map the user. So user membership, and it will be public, it will be user membership. We'll take another mapping. Inside that we'll have to map the UNT membership, and we'll say membership. We'll take another mapping. It will take the UNT, and we have to map to another mapping, and inside that we have to map the address, and it's going to return the boolean. So it will tell us whether he has bought or not the membership. So these are the three mapping we have. Now we have to take the fourth one. We'll say mapping, and it will take the UNT, and it's going to return a nested mapping. So we'll take this UNT, and here we have to return the public membership taken. So this will generally return the address of the user. Then we'll take another one, and we'll say UNT256. We have to take this UNT, and it's gonna return the array. We'll say membership taken. So the first one is membership. So this one is, you can see it's a membership taken, and this one is memberships taken. So there is a multiple address will be there, but there is a single one. So this is the entire mapping we have, and I'm getting this warning. So we can simply provide this double quotes, and that will fix the issue. So that's the membership struct, user struct, and we have all the mappings. Looks pretty good. Now we can start working on other part of our contract. So let's come here, let's take a modifier, and here I want to restrict certain function only to be called by the owner, like a withdrawal function. So let's take a only owner. Inside that we have to check for a condition. So we'll say that message.sender equal to owner, otherwise we have to throw the error message. But if he's the owner, then we have to continue further. Let's provide this message to the user, only owner can call this function. So this is the modifier we have. Now we have to simply build the constructor, because in that constructor we have to pass the name and the symbol of our NFT. So let's come here. Inside that, we'll take a string, we'll take a name of our NFT, and we have to take the symbol, and that's what we have to update. So here we're going to take the inherit the like ERC721, and we have to simply pass the data, name and the symbol. And in that we have to say owner is equal to the message.sender, means whoever will deploy the contract, he or she is the owner. So that's our constructor is ready. So looks pretty good. Now we have to write the very first function, which is for the listing membership. So this function will allow the owner of the contract to list the membership. So in that we have to pass a couple of things, like we have to pass a like memory, we'll pass the name, we'll pass the cost, and we have to pass the expiry date, means date, not expiry date, when this starting date. It will be public only owner, and inside that we have to build the logic. So we'll take this first, we have to increase the membership count. So we'll take this membership taken, we have to say, so come here, what is this? It's called membership type, sorry, not membership, simply replace that one, membership types, and we have to increase that because it's a UNT variable. So that's one we are targeting, and we'll say membership types and increase that value. Then we'll take this membership, and in that we have to assign the membership type, means the ID, and we have to simply fill out the data in our membership struct. So first we have to provide the ID, that membership, then we provide the name, then we provide the cost, and then we provide the date. So these are the 4 information we are providing in our membership, and this is enough to create the membership. So this is the listing function we have done. Now we have to create a mint, which user will call. In that we have to take couple of information. We have to take the UNT variable, which is going to be the membership ID, which user wants to take. Then we will take his address. Then we will take the like expiry date, and it will be public, payable, and inside that we have to build a logic. And this time we have made this particular function as a payable because there is a fund transfer. Hope you guys know that what are these keywords stand for. If you don't know, make sure to watch the complete playlist of Solidity. In that I have explained every single thing about each one of this keyword. Now let's build the logic. So first we have to check for a condition that whatever the ID, whatever the membership user is taking, it should be not equal to 0, because our membership start with 1. And then you can throw the error message, but I just want to keep it like it. Then we'll check for one more condition, that membership should be less than the membership type. Okay, because this particular variable will increase after every membership will created by the owner. So this is the one condition. Then we have to check for the fund. So we'll say message.value should be greater or equal to the membership, and we have to simply pass the ID of the membership, and we have to check for the cost. So at least he has to provide the exact amount, otherwise we have to throw the error message that insufficient balance. So these are the 3 checks we are doing. Come here. Now we have to take this total membership and we have to increase that, because so if the user has passed all these 3 conditions, means he's ready to purchase the membership. So we have to increase this total member user, and that's the ID we're going to use it. So we'll take the user membership array, and then we have to simply pass the user, and we have to build the user membership struct. So we have to pass the ID, we have to pass the membership ID and the user ID, address, and we'll pass the membership, and we'll pass the ID and the cost, and we'll pass the expiry date. So these are the information we are keeping in the user struct. Hope so far things are making clear to all of you guys. Now come here. We're going to take this hash bot variable which we have in the mapping, and we have to simply update that. In that we're going to pass this membership ID, and we have to connect with the message.sender to true, means the user is calling the function bought that membership. Then we'll take this membership taken. Inside that we have to pass the membership ID, and we have to simply push that to our total membership. Okay, so that's the one thing and come here. We have to do one more thing. So we'll take a membership taken, and we have to simply take the membership ID, and we have to simply pass the total membership, and we have to send this message.sender. Okay, so one thing you have to keep in mind that there is a call membership and there is a memberships, so don't be confused in that. So we are simply updating all this information, and I'm getting this particular warning. So let's try to have a look. So let's come here, and here is the two difference. You can see here is the nested mapping. We are passing the address and it's called, and here we have the array of UNT. So this one is called membership, not membership. Okay, membership taken. So and the next one called the membership. Okay, so here I have to do the changes. Simply remove. So simply come here, simply remove this particular S. So if you remove the S, it will work fine. And now we are simply, so this one is memberships and this one is membership with S. So that's the changes you have to do. Looks pretty good. Now we can simply come here and we have to call our save min function, and we have to pass the sender and the ID we have created for this particular user, total membership. So that's the entire min function we have here in our contract, which will allow the user to take the memberships and update all the data into our contract. So looks pretty good. I'm really good with that. Now come here. Now we have to build a couple of more function for retrieving the data from our contract. So let's come here. Let's build a function called get membership, and this will give us the membership of the contract. So we'll take a function get memberships taken. So this will give us what are the memberships as taken. Then we'll build a function called withdraw, and this function can only be called by the owner. And now we have this get user membership. So in that we'll have the data from the members. So this function will allow us to get the information about the members. So these are the four functions we have to build. So let's come here. Let's start with the get memberships. So first what we have to do is we can come here. Let's take a couple of data. We'll take a UNT variable. It will be public view return, and we have to simply return the entire membership. So we'll pass the entire struct and we'll simply return that one membership, and we're going to simply pass the ID. So we'll say membership ID and simply copy and paste here. So that's way, and that way we can easily able to return that particular membership based on the ID. So this is the first function for get memberships. Now looks pretty good. Now we can start working on the get memberships taken. We'll take a UNT variable and it will take the membership ID view return, and it's going to return the UNT memory, and we'll simply come here. We'll take this return. We'll target the memberships taken, and that we have to simply pass the membership ID, and it will return the ID of that particular memberships. Okay, looks pretty good. Now we'll take a public owner, because only owner can withdraw the fund from the contract, and we can take this balance boolean success, and we have to simply call owner.call. We have to pass the value address, and we'll say this dot balance means the contract, and we can call this function. So it will transfer the fund to the owner address, and then we have to simply return this success. Looks good. So this is the withdrawal function. Now we have to work on this get user memberships. So in that we need the address of the user. It will be public view, and we have to return the entire struct of the user. So we'll take this user membership memory, and we have to simply return this. So we'll take this return user memberships, and we have to pass the address of the user. So this will return the data of the user. So here I'm getting this warning. Okay, provide this one, and looks pretty good. And this is the entire smart contract. So first we are declaring our Solidity version, then we are importing our OpenZeppelin contract, then we are taking the straight variable. This is the optional one. We have this two struct for the membership and for the user struct. Then we have all of this mapping. Then we have then we have the modifier, then constructor, and we have the listing, mint, get memberships taken, then we have withdraw and get user membership. So this is the entire smart contract we have written. So that's the only thing we have to cover in the smart contract. Come here, close this one, and now we have to write the script for the deployment of the contract. So come back here in the script, and we have to build the script. So first we have to take the hard hat. So we'll take this const hre, and this coming from the hard hat. So we got our hard hat. Then we can come here, we'll take this async functions, and then we'll call main. So first we have to take this variable called const name, is going to be the name of our NFT. Then we'll take a provide s, we'll take the symbol, and it will say GPT. Now we'll take this const, we'll call GPT memberships, we'll say await, we have to call this hr, we'll call the ether package, and on that we have to call this particular method get contract factory, and in that we have to pass the name of our contract. So this is the name. So if you come back here in the contract, so this is what we have called. Simply copy that one, come here and paste here. Now come here, we'll take another variable, we'll say GPT with a small, and we'll say membership await, and we'll call this GPT membership, and on that we have to call this deploy, and in that we have to simply pass the name and the symbol because our contract need in that constructor. So we'll pass the name, make sure to follow the exact order, okay, name and the symbol. Then we have to simply call await get membership dot deployed, and this will deploy our contract. Looks pretty good, no issue we have so far. And that's what you can see here, we are passing in our constructor. So we are calling this deploy. Now we have to get the address. So we'll say console.log, we'll say GPT memberships, and the address is available in this gtp membership dot address. So that's the only thing we have to do. Now we have to simply call this function. So come main, we have to catch if anything goes wrong. Inside that we'll simply throw an error message. It's need a callback, so we'll say console.log the entire error object, and we have to simply stop after the deployment of the contract completed. So we'll say process.exist, and we have this particular value exit code to 1. So that's the entire deploy script we have written. So hope things are looking good to all of you guys, and now we can simply start deploying and testing our contract. So come here in the package, and again I'm telling you that use this exact version. If you get any error, make sure to check that whether you have installed the hard hat globally in your computer. If you have installed globally, then check the version of it. If it's different version, then it's not going to work. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind. Looks good to me, everything is fine. Close this one, and now we can start deploy the contract. So we have done with this, just have a look. We are calling this one and calling this function. Close this one, come here, close this one, and simply open up your terminal, and now we have to simply run the deploy script. So first we have to do is we have to split our terminal, and we have to run our local blockchain. So we'll type npx hard hat node, and this will give you 20 plus account which you can use to test the contract. So by default it will take the very first account. So this is the first account it will take for the deployment of the contract, in my case or in your case as well. And each account has 10,000 ether, which you can simply import with the help of private key, which I have covered tons of time in your MetaMask, and you can start testing your contract locally. So this is the contract you're going to use. Now we have to write the script for deploying the contract to the localhost. So let me find out. So just now I did it. So this is the script which you have to type: npx hard hat run network, npx hard hat run network localhost script deployed, and this will deploy your contract to the localhost. So make sure to type exactly the same and hit enter. First it will compile your contract, and then it will give you the address of the contract which got deployed. So this is the address, simply copy that one, and once you deploy the contract successfully, it will generate the 2 file artifact and the cache. If you open the artifact, inside that you will have this 5 folders, the folders contract. Inside that you will have the API of the contract. So this is the API. Simply drag and drop here in the context, because this API will allow us to make the transaction of the NFTs and allowing us to communicate with our contract. So this is what you have to do now. This is the cache, this is the artifact. Don't need to worry about that because we got our API. Now we can do one thing. We can simply clear our terminal, or we can type npm run dev. It will start our application to localhost 3000, and you can see we have no issues so far. Everything is working absolutely fine. Now simply close this one, and now we can start working on it in our context. Simply come here, simply paste the address which we have copy. So this is our contract address, and now we can simply close that one and come here in the contract. So this looks pretty good. We have no issues so far, and here we are in the context. Now come back to the pages, and here we have to do a little bit configuration. So what we can do is, first we have to import the head tag, because we have to show some information in our head tag like the icon and all of the things. So come here. So we have imported our head tag, Next.js head tag. Close this one and come here in the context, and come here in the context file, and first build the logic. First import the API and export the address and the API from here. So what we're going to do is, first we're going to simply import our API, which is coming from our same directory, the context folder ./API. Then we'll simply export the address of the contract. Then we have to import the API of our contract .API. So that's the only thing we have to do here. Looks good. Close this one, and we can simply close this one. Come here and let's get into the index, and here we have to build the entire logic for communicating with our smart contract and connection with the blockchains. All of things we're going to do here. So let's do that. So first we have to import couple of things from React. So let's do that. We'll say import React. We have to import the use effect, use state, create context, and use context. Then we'll come down. We have to import the Ether package. Once we're done with that, we have to do the internal import. We have to import the files we have created, and this one is coming from the util/API feature. So we're going to create a couple of global function which we're going to use it right in here, like connecting with the contract, all of things. So that's the import we're going to do it. Now let's build the context. So we'll say state context, and in that we'll use this create context. Then we'll say export state context provider. It will take the children. Then we have to simply return it, and in that we have to build the entire logic. First we have to return it, and we'll take this state context.provider, and we have to simply come and bring it here and provide the children, and here we're going to send the entire value. So let's take a value called constant dav name. We'll say GPT membership, and this particular value, the dav value, we have to pass it right up here. Copy and paste here. So that's the general setup we have, and now we have to simply export this context so we can use it in our entire application. We'll say use state context, and we'll say to use context, and we have to simply pass that state context. So that's the general setup we have done. So this is what you have to do. Now we're going to simply build that one. So this is what the setup we have done. Simply come here, go back to the app.js file, and here we have to configure our state. So first we have to simply import the files. We'll say internal import, and we have to import the state, what do we have called, state context provider. Copy that one, paste here, and this one is coming from the /context/index, and now we have to wrap our entire application. So we'll take this fragment, cut, and simply paste here. Then we'll simply come here, close this one, take our provider header, and inside that we have to simply display our icon. We have to provide the icon, and then we have to provide the source of the images, which is coming from assets/image/feb icon.png. So if you come back here in the public, inside the public we have this assets, and here we have the images. Inside that we have all of these images, and that's how you can access your files, your images from the public folder, and that's what we have done here. So we got our fab icon. Now we can simply wrap the entire with our provider. So simply close this one, cut and paste inside this. So this is our provider. Now we have to import all the scripts, all the library we are using for the animation and all of the things. So come here, we have to simply take this script tag and close this one. We have to provide the source, And this is also coming from the asset slash javascript slash bootstrap bundle dot mini js. So if you come here in the assets, like here you will have the js folder. Inside that we have all of this library which you have to import, but we're going to import couple of things. You can see all of the library we have in the compressed format, and that's what we are using. So simply replicate it couple of times, simply copy and paste couple of times, and we have to simply import the one I need. So I'm not going to use the all ones. We'll use this swiper bundle mini. Then we'll simply replace this one, and it will be to EOS. This will be to slash custom EOS. This will be the home animation, and this will be to our header sticky. And let's change this to the final one will be the script, the final script. Now we can simply remove this extra one. So this is the setup you have to do. Save it, everything's looking fine. Come back to the browser, and if you reload the browser, everything's looking good, no issue we have. So we have done the general setups. Now come here, go back to the index page, and now let's check that whether our context is set up and it's working fine. So here we are in the index page. Now we have to import our context. So here what we can do is, let's come here, let's call it internal import, and we have to say import, copy and paste here, and it's coming from the context slash index. Now we have to import the use state, use effect. That looks good. Now we can come here, we have to simply take the variable, we'll call state management variable, because this is coming from the state. We'll take the variable, and we have to simply call this use state context, and we have to simply copy and paste here. So we got our variable. Now simply copy and paste here to see everything's working fine. Save it, and here you can see our data is displaying absolutely fine. Let's provide a CSS class. So we have already written the CSS class. What I can do, come back here in the global CSS, and let's pick a class from here. So let's copy this one, quite big. Copy the CS icons custom. Come here, let's take a class and assign, save it, and you can see things are looking fine. Means our entire setup is 100% working, and now we can start working and bring all the functionality together. So this looks pretty good. Hope you guys are on the same stage. You guys have not encountered any issue. All the setups, all the function we have written. Now we're going to work on our API feature before we start continuing in our index page. So let's build all the API functions here. So we have to import couple of things. Here we are in the API feature. We have to import the Ether package, and we have to import the Web3 model. And you have to use the exact version we have used, because if you go with the latest one, the Web3 model is depreciated now. So if you use the same version, it will work, but if you use any other version, it's not going to work. So make sure to keep that thing in mind. Then we have to import the, like, our context, means the ABI and the address. So come here in the context, simply copy this and paste here, and we have to get the ABI and paste here. So it looks pretty good. Come here, now we have to build the function check wallet connections. We have to export this. We'll take a check if wallet connected, it will be async functions. So first we'll take this try and catch. We have to console log out the entire error. If anything goes wrong, then we'll take this if statement. We'll look for the window object Ethereum. Okay, we have to look for the Ethereum object in our browser in the window. If it's not there, then we have to throw the error message that install MetaMask, because whenever you use any one of the provider, it will inject the Ethereum object. If there is Ethereum object, then we have to simply console log out. We have to call the method Ethereum request, and we have to request the method. So we'll say method, it's going to be that ET accounts. It will give us all the accounts. So once we have all the accounts, what we can do, we can simply take a variable called first account, and we have to get the very one account, first one, and at the end we have to simply return this particular account. So no matter whenever I call this function, I will have the account of the user. So this is the very first function. Close this one, and Let's build another function. So this time we're going to say export const, we'll say connect wallet. It will be an async function, and we have to do exactly the same thing. Simply come here, simply grab this portion and paste here. And first we have to take a try and catch block, and then we have to simply copy and paste here. Then we have to copy and paste here. So this looks pretty good. And here we have to change the method only. So this time the method we're going to call it to request account. And the reason why we are calling this eth/request account, because this time we're going to call for the address on the base of the click event. So that's why we have to request. So this is the connect wallet function, and the rest would be fine. Now we have to build the function which allows us to fetch our contract. So we'll call fetch contract. We'll say const fetch contract. Inside that we have to pass the information. So let's call this new ether.contract, and here we have to pass the signer or provider. So here we're going to pass the first address, then the ABI of the contract, and the signer provider. So make sure to follow the exact order, because the order is very important. First address, then ABI, then the signer or provider, means the one who's interacting with your contract. Close this one, and now we have to build the connection. So we'll say connecting contract. So we'll say export const connecting with contract. It's gonna be an async function. Inside that we have to take this try and catch, then we have to throw the error message. Then we can come here, we can take this const web3 model. We'll call our package library. Okay, this is the one we have. Then we have to build a connection. So we'll say wait web3 model.connect. Then we have to build the provider. So with this small, we'll say new ether.provider.web3 provider, and then we have to simply pass the connection. Now we can simply take this signer, and we'll say provider.getSigner, and this signer we have to simply pass our fetch contract. So we'll say contract, we'll say fetch contract, and then we have to simply pass the signer. So in that way we will identify that who is interacting with our contract, and at the end we have to simply return the entire contract object, and we have the contract. So that's the entire function we have to write here. So this is all we have to do. First we have to import the packages, then we have to import the internal files, address and the ABA, then check, then connect, fetch, and this is the connect. So that's the entire API feature we have in LinkedIn. Close this one, and now we have to simply import those functions here. So we can come here, and we have to simply come back here in the API feature and simply copy the function name and import one by one. Then we have the connect wallet, copy and paste here, and then we have the connecting function. So we can come here, what we have called connecting with contract. So simply copy and paste here. So this is the 3 import we have done, all the function we have built in our API feature. Now we're going to simply build the contract function. So we can come here, we'll say state variable, let's define that. So first variable will take this our address. By default it's empty string. Then we'll take this use state, and this will be contract membership. It's gonna be an array. Then we'll take this use state, and it will be free, and this will keep the track of our free trial. Then we'll take another one, and this will call the user membership, and that we have to store the information about the user. It's gonna be an object. We have this 3 state variable. Now we can come here, let's build the function. First we have to fetch the contract and all the data which is stored in the contract. So we'll call it fetch data. It's gonna be an async function. Inside that we have to take this try and catch. We have to throw the error message if anything goes wrong. Then we can simply come here. First we have to call this function will call every time someone will reload the browser. So first we have to get some information from our local storage, because we're going to store some information in the local storage about the free trial. So we'll say load data from local storage. So first we have to get that. We'll say free trial, we'll say local storage dot get item, and this is the key pair we're going to provide, free trial. So once we have the data, Now we have to simply convert the data. So we'll say free dash trial, and we'll simply take this json.parse, and we have to simply pass the free trial. That looks good. And we have to simply set that to free trial. So that's the data we are getting from the local storage. And now we can simply come here. We'll take the functions and the contract. So we'll say get the contract data. So first we have to simply call the contract, and we have the function here connecting with the contract. Now we have to get the address of the user, and we already have the function. We'll call it connect wallet. Then we'll call this set, and we have to simply set this address of the user to our straight variable. So it looks pretty good. Now we have to get the membership. So all the membership the owner of the contract will create, we have to get those information so we can display in our front end, so user can pick the membership. So we can simply come here, let's call the function, and we'll call this an empty array. Now we can say fetch data, and this function will call every time someone will read the browser. So now let's come here, let's call the function call, let's console log out the entire contract object. And if I come back here in the browser, if I reload that, if you can see the MetaMask popped up, and we can simply pass our address, the password, and here we are connected with this particular account, the localhost. So if you do the inspect element, go to the console, you will find the entire object we got it. This is the entire contract we got it, means all the function and the connecting is working fine. So we have all of this function approved, and this is for the get membership. All we have to do is to pass the ID, and it will give us the information about that particular membership, and that's the function we're going to call it here. So what I will do, I'll simply close this one. Then we'll take a variable called 1 month await contract, and we'll say get, come here in the contract, and inside that you will find this is the function we have. So get membership, copy that one, and that's what we have to call here. And that we have to simply pass the ID of the membership. So the ID will go from 1, 2, 3 and so on. So simply replicate this 3 times, because 3 membership I'm going to provide. You can increase as many as you want. This will be for the 6 month. This will be for the 1 year. Let's change it to year. Looks good. And here we can simply pass 1, 2, 3. So first one is 6, second one is like first one is 1, second one is 6, third one is year. So let's come here. Now what you can do is, for the time being, let's comment this out because we haven't created any membership. So if we call this function, we'll get an error. So let's do one thing. Let's create the function list membership. So we go list membership, and then we're going to create a couple of memberships. After that, we're going to fetch the information. So let's call this listing membership. We'll call const list membership. It's going to be async function, and again you can create a front end where you can take the information from the user, but generally this function will call by the owner, so I'm not going to build any front end for that. I'm going with the hardcode data. So we'll take a variable called amount 1, then because we are creating the membership for 1 month. Just follow along with me, everything will make sense. This is the amount 1, and then we have to take the membership name. So you can call it 1 year and whatever name you want to get, 1 month, sorry. Then you can take the membership cost. So we're going to charge the 1 ether. So we have to convert that, and we'll say the amount string, and we have to pass this ETH. So that looks pretty fine. That's the first membership we have, and here we have to wait for the transaction to be complete. So we'll take this membership dot data equal to this July 31st 23. So this is the date which we want to provide. So these are the 3 information we are providing: name, cost and date. And that's what we have. So once we have all of these 3 data, like the name, cost and the date, then we have to take a variable called contract. We have to get the contract, and we're going to simply get the contract object. When we have the contract object, we'll take a variable called list await contract, and we have to call the function list, and in that we have to simply pass all the data. So we'll pass the name, then the cost and the date. Make sure to follow the exact order. If you don't match the order, you will get an error. So that's the listing. Now we have to simply wait till the transaction get complete, and after that we have to simply console log out the entire transaction, and that's the only thing we have to do. So all you have to do is to call this function, and you will create a membership. So let's come here in the pages. Inside that index, let's create a button, so we can click and we can call that. So this is the function. We have simply copy that and we have to export it. So we can simply export the function, and that it will be available to you in the global object, and simply import the function. So here we have that. Now what I will do is, let's come here. So this is what we have. Simply bring this down and take a p tag. Inside that, we can simply cut this one and paste here. Save it. Then we'll take a button, and in that button we're going to simply attach our function. So let's close that button. It will be have on click function, and we're going to simply call our list membership function. Listing membership. Save it. Now come back to the browser and we have this button. Reload the browser and call the function, and if we call the function, this transaction will fail. So if I call this one, okay, I didn't expect that. Okay, this is the error I'm getting. If I click one more time, and this is the error message. So come back here in the context, and I found the issue. So here you can see, here we have this ethers. It's not ethers, it's only ether. Remove this s, and this will fix the issue. So that's the fix you have to do. Now reload the browser and simply call that one. It's going to open the MetaMask. Here you can see, click on that, and you can see the transaction failed because I changed my account in MetaMask. So if you come here, you can see this is the most common error you will get. Click on that. First we have to clear all the history in our MetaMask. So come back here, clear activity data, tab data, and that will fix the issue. Reload the browser, and now you can create a membership. Come back here, click on this list membership, confirm, and here the transaction went through, and you can see all the data. So we have created our first memberships. Now I'll simply change this to 3, and this one is for the sixth month, and the date would be the same. So let's call the one more time. So this time we'll create for the 6th month, and here the transaction got completed. Reload the browser, and let's create the one more for 1 year, and we want to charge 5, and this one is for a year, and save it. And come reload the browser and call the function. Here we have the MetaMask. Simply call and confirm, and the transaction went through, and we have created our 3 memberships. So these 3 memberships is done. Now we can simply come here and fetch the informations. Come back in the fetch contract and simply uncomment this one. So simply uncomment, bring it down here, and console log out the entire plan. So we'll take this 1 month, save it, come back to the browser, and you can see we got the information about the membership we have created: 1 month, date, and the price, and the ID. So now we have to get this data and format this data so we can render in our foreign component. So with coming here, we can take a variable. We'll take a contract membership, and it will be an array type because we have to display the 3 membership. Okay, you can take as many as you want. So we'll say membership name, and we have the data in this name. Then we have the membership. This will be the date, and we have the data date. Then we take the membership ID. We'll take the ID, and we have to convert it to a number. Then we have to take the membership cost, and we have to use our Ether package to convert that into a readable format. So we'll say format utils, and that we'll pass the amount to a string, and we'll simply say Ether. That looks good. So this is what we have in the first, and this is what you have to do. Simply wrap it into an object. So simply cut this one and paste here, and simply replicate it 3 times because we have 3 memberships. Simply copy and paste here 3 times, 1, 2, and simply change this value. So this will be the 6, save it, and this will be the year, not month. Select this one, tab, and turn it to years, and save it, and that will give you the entire data. So simply close this one, cut this and paste here, and simply take this value and paste here. So save it. Now you will have enough formatted data in form of array. So you can see it looks pretty good. If you open that one, the data is in well format, and now we can simply render it. reload the beta, reload the browser, and it will fix the data. Come here. So we got our membership data. Now we have to get the information about the user. So we can say, so we got the data. Now we have to set this data to our state variable so we can access. So we'll take this set contract memberships and we have to simply pass that data into an array. In this way, we'll have our data in our state variable. Simply cut this one and we're gonna simply format this, paste here, and format this one. Now we have to get the user information. So we'll take a variable const and we have to call user membership await. We have the contract. On that we have to call the function. So come back here in the contract. Let's find the name of the function we have, contract. Inside that we have this get user memberships. Copy that one, and that's the one we have to simply call here, and that we have to pass the address of the user. So we'll have the address, account address. We'll take the same logic we have to follow here. So we'll take this user members and it's going to be a type of object, and we have to simply format. So we'll take this address user, we'll say user membership dot address users to lower case. Simply take this particular data. So let's see, have a look in the entire object we'll get from the function. Come back in the browser and here you can see we got the entire data. Okay, I'm getting some sort of error message. So this one is maybe something's wrong. Okay, it was, so here you can see we are getting the data about the user, but we have some issue in this lowercase. So let's replicate that couple of times and change this to expire date. Remove this one. This will be the cost and this will be the membership ID. We have to convert into a number. Now this will be the ID of the user, and we have to say ID, and we have to convert into a number, and we have to convert this ether price into a readable ether price. So we can simply grab this one, close this one, and we can come here and we can simply paste here, and mean that we have to simply replace the value. Simply cut and paste here, and that works absolutely fine. So simply remove this one and paste. Okay, we got it. Now remove this one. It looks pretty good. Now what we can do is simply cut this one and we can simply come down. It's a member. We can say console.log and we'll say user membership. So if we save it, and I can notice one thing, that this is called capital M. Same thing we have to do in all the places. Okay, that's the change you have to do, is capital M, and that will fix that error we were getting. So that will fix the issue, and here you will have the entire data. If you reload, and you can see here we have the entire object. So right now no user have taken any membership, and because of that you can see this 0 0, everything is 0. That looks good. Wonderful. We got the data. Now once we have the data, we have to set this data to our local storage as well as on the state variable. So what I will do here, simply come here, we have to take the state variable and we have to simply update our object. Once we're done with that, we have to take a variable called pro member and we have to set this data into our local storage. We'll say user membership, then we take this set item, we have to assign the key pair, which is the user detail, and we have to pass this pro member, and this will fix the data into our local storage. And that's the entire thing you have to do here in the fetch function. Close this one. Looks good. Now if you reload the browser and if you come back to the applications, check the local storage, you can see this is the data we have stored. Okay, this one is the old data. Simply remove that one and reload the browser one more time, and this time you will find that we have the data. Everything is 0, but whenever the user will take that, it's going to take the information about his membership and it's going to store in the local storage, so we can build more logic on that. That's wonderful. Looking good. Come back here, and this is the entire function. First we are getting the contract, then we are checking all the membership, then we are setting, and then we are setting on the local storage. So this is the entire fetch function we have, and this function will run every time someone will reload the page. And this is the list membership. Now we have to work on the other function, so we can come here. We'll take this buy memberships because we have to have a function which user can buy the membership. So we'll take this const, we'll say buy membership, and it's going to be an async function, and then we have to pass the membership ID which user wants to take it. Then we'll take a variable called contract await, we'll say connecting. We have to get the entire contract object, then we have to get the account, connect account. Once we have the contract, once we have the account, then we can set that account to the connected account, and we'll take a try and catch. We have to throw the error message if anything goes wrong, and here we have to build the entire logic. So we're going to do on the base of if else statement. So we have 3 memberships, so we have to check for the condition, and on the base of that we have to set the expiry date, and we have to charge the fund. So we'll say if the membership ID is equal to 1, and then we have to perform these actions. So we'll say const, first we have to get the date, because if it's 1 means the user is taking the membership for 1 month. So first we have to get the current timestamp, okay, current date, and we have to simply, so we have to get the current time. So when you will call this method date.now, it will give you the timestamp in second, and now we have to find out that how many seconds are there in 1 month. So come back to this website, and this is the website I found, you need timestamp. So you can see this is the current today's date at the time I'm recording this video, 8 month date 3. But if I click on this is the 1 month period I'm providing. So I will simply do one thing. If I click on this convert, so this is the future time I got in 1 month in second. So if I copy that one, and if I come here, you can see that here I have opened this like convert second to millisecond, because that's the gap we have to provide. So I'll simply come here, if I paste this, and this is I got in the millisecond. So simply copy that one in the millisecond, and if you come back here, back in this website, and if you paste here, you will see that it's in the future. If you convert, you can see it's a 9 month, means it's in the future, the times say millisecond in the future. So we have to simply subtract this. So what I will do is come back here, so once you do the calculation, this is the exact millisecond you will find in 1 month. So we'll take this date, we'll take this new date, and in that we have to pass this today, and then we have to take this expiry date, and we have to simply convert it. So we'll say date dot to local date string, and we have to pass this, that whatever format that date you want. So we'll go with English US, and we have to take the money which we want to charge. So the money we have to convert it, so we're going to charge 1, and that's what you have to provide. So this is the entire setup you have to do. First you have to get the current time, and you have to add the 1 month time, and that's what I have done. And then we are simply formatting the date and the price. So we can come here, we can take this mint function which is there in our contract, and we have to pass all of the data. We'll say mint transfer transaction, we'll say contract mint, and then we can pass first ID, the second we have to pass the address, third we have to pass the expiry date. So make sure this is the exact order you have to follow, and we have to send the value. So we'll send 1 ether, the money, and we have to convert it into a string. So that looks pretty good. Then we have to simply await, we have to wait for the transaction to be completed, and after that we have to simply store this information into our local storage. We'll call it pro member, and we have to simply call set item. We'll give this pro member set item to set item to free trial, and we'll pass the information free trial, and then we'll simply console log out the entire our taken memberships, and we have this mint transaction. So this is the first, and we can simply reload the browser, location.reload, and that's the first. So if the ID is 1 means user wants to take for the 1 month. If the ID is 2, user wants to take the membership for the 6 month. And that's the one thing we have to do. We have to simply check this condition, and we are passing all the information, and then we are simply storing one. These are the simple JavaScript. I hope there's nothing confusing for you guys. Now we have to do the same thing for the 3. So we'll say if else, and inside that we'll take this membership ID, and if it's equal to 2, then we have to perform the exact action. So simply copy this entire code and you can convert it into a reusable function. It's totally up to you, but I will go like this. Paste here, and all you have to do is to change the pricing and the time which you want to provide, and simply multiply by 6. So for the 6 month, so this is the 1 month, and if we multiply for the 6 month, it will become the 6 month. So this is the 6 month membership. Looks good. Now we have to change the price to 3 because that's the amount we want to charge, and the rest would be fine. So simply build the last else statement. We can come here, we'll say else. By default we want to sell the 5 a year plan. So simply copy that one and we can simply paste here, and we'll say 12, and we have to change the price. So we want to charge 5 Metacoin or Ether for this memberships, and that looks pretty good. So that's the only thing we have to do in this buy functions. I know this quite huge, but these are the repetitive code we are writing. You can create a reusable function, it's totally up to you. And again, I have covered that tons of times in my other project, so you can check in that all. So this is the buy function, and that looks pretty good. So that's the entire thing you have to do here in the context file. And now we have to send all the value, all the function we have built. So let's send that into our state. So we'll simply send the buy function, then we'll send the free, then we'll send this particular address, and then we'll send the user information, the contract membership, and the user membership. So these are the data we are passing, and it will be available in our global object, so we can access that. So if you come back here and reload the browser, we have no issues. As you all know that I have launched my course. In this course you will learn every single thing which you have to know about the web development, and if you take this course you will be ready for building any type of application, and your transition from the web 2 to web 3 would be very smooth because we have learned about heavily in the context, so that will teach you a lot. So here we have followed the basic context management, but in that project we have followed the Next.js like Redux toolkit context management. So that will teach you a lot of things, and that's really powerful in the field of development for managing the state. So that looks pretty fine. We have done with this all of this thing: imports, context, global variables, and the 3 function we have built for interacting with the contract. So close this one, and here we have the other function like withdraw, get user membership. So you can simply create and you can get that information in the front end, but I just try to keep it that simple. Here we have the get memberships taken, we have the get memberships, we have called most of the functions. So simply close that one, and this is the things looks pretty good. And come here, close this one, come here, close this one, and here we have that one. So now what we can do is come back here in the public folder. Inside that we have this script, and here we have to build the entire logic for calling our OpenAI and making our AI system. So that's all we're going to do it right here in this script folder. So first we have to get the elements from our HTML. So first we have to get the form, and we'll say document.querySelector, and we'll get the form. Once we get the form, we have to simply get the chat container, and that we have to display the messages, the response, and we'll call this chat container with an ID. Now we have to target one more called the free trial element, and that we have to display the free trial number, and we have to populate the data, and we'll say call free trial. Then we have to target the remove element, because after the free trials over we have to remove that input text so user cannot search. And here we say document.get element by ID, and we have to get the form.inner input data. So we got all the tags, all the HTML which we want to populate the data dynamically. Now we have to take a variable called load internal value, and here we have to build the function. So first function will call this loader, and then we have to simply pass the element which we want to load. So we'll say element, it will take a element dot text, context, and we have to say empty string. Then we have to call this load internal, and we have to call this set interval, and here we have to provide the callback function. So we'll say element dot text content, and we have to concatenate. Then we have to check for the if condition. So we'll say if element dot text content equal to 3 dots, that means element dot text contents will have this empty string. So that's the check we are doing, and we want to run this particular set interval like 300 milliseconds. So this is the very first function we have. This will basically load an element whether we are getting the data or whether we haven't got the data. So it will look for the response which we'll get from the OpenAI. So that's the first function we have. Now we have to work on the second function, and this function we'll call it, let's say, type text, and it will take the element, it will take the text. We'll say let index 0, and we'll say let internal value, we'll say set interval, and then we have to provide the callback function. So we'll say if index less than the text dot length, then we have to take the element and we have to say inner HTML equal to text dot cart, and then we have to simply pass the index. We'll say index plus plus because this will increase the index, else we have to simply clear the interval. So we'll pass this interval. So this is the very simple function. Again, I'm not going into detail because these are the simple JavaScript, and I believe that you guys are familiar with the JavaScript, so I'm just using it. And we want to run this particular in every 20 milliseconds. So this is the second function for typing. So this will type the text. Now we have to come here, we have to take a function called generate unique ID for every single request user will make, so we can display. So we'll take a variable called const time stamp, we'll take the date dot now, then we'll take a variable called random number, we'll take the math dot random, then we'll take this const hexa decimal string equal to the random number to string, and we'll pass this 16 decimal. Then we'll simply return this particular ID. So we'll have this timestamp, and we'll type this hexadecimal string. So this is what we want to return from this function, and it will generate the unique ID which we can assign to the element as a form of response. So that's the entire function. Now we have to build the main function. We'll call it function cart, and that we have to simply pass the is AI and value unique ID, because this time we're going to simply put this into our HTML document. So first we'll take this return, and here we have to build the HTML document. We'll take a div, and it will have a class. So the class I want to assign this to class called wrap chat. Inside the chat we have to take a div, it will have a class called wrap profile. Inside that we have to take our image, we have to provide the source. So this image is coming from our public folder. If AI is responding, then this, otherwise we have to display the user, and we have to assign the alt text, and we'll say is AI, then we have to say bot, otherwise the user. Simple. Come here we have to display the div, so simply close that one, and here we have to assign the class. So we'll say the message class, we'll assign the ID which we are getting from this unique ID, and then we have to simply display the message, the value. So this will render the response we are getting from the AI and feed in our HTML document. So that's the only thing we have to do here in the cart stripe. Let's wrap this entire div into a wrapper function, so wrapper class. So take a class called wrapper, cut here and paste here. So that's the entire HTML, dynamic HTML we have. Now we have to work on the actual function which allow us to make and send a response and receive the response. So we'll call this export const handle submit. It will take a couple of things. It will take this event. Well, we have to prevent the default behavior because the data will come in the form of form. The data will come from form, so we have to prevent the default behavior. Then we'll say const data new form data, and we'll pass the form. We'll take this chat container. We have to take this inner HTML, and we have to simply pass this chat stripe and pass all the data. False data get prompt. Then we'll take the form, and we have to simply call reset. So that's the thing we have to do. Basic functions. First we are getting the data from the form, then we are simply setting into our container, and we have already built this HTML for functions. We are feeding the data. Looks good. Now we can come here. We'll take this unique ID, and we're going to simply call our function. It will give us the unique ID. Now we'll take this chat container dot inner HTML. We have to simply call the card stripe and pass the information. We have to pass it true, then we'll pass the data is an empty, and we have to pass the ID. Then we'll take this message variable, message div, and then we'll take a document dot get element by ID, and we have to get the ID, and this ID will be populated dynamically. So when come here, we have to call this loader, and we have to simply pass the message div. Then we'll take the response. We'll say const response await, and we'll call this fetch method, and this is the backend code. So this is our backend API code, router. On that we go to make a call. So it's going to be a 4000, and it's going to take the method. So again, this methods which I'm going to write it down here, it's coming from the documentation. I'm not building anything from my side. So first we have to make a post request, then we have to take the header. Inside that header we have to simply provide the content type, and it's going to be the application /JSON. Then we have to type the body, so the message we have to send in stringify, and the data will come in the form of, let's say, prompt, and the data we have in this get, and we'll pass the prompt. So this is the data we are sending in the body, and that's the response. Now we can take this clear interval, and we'll pass the loader interval, so that will load our data. Now we have to take the message div, and we have to feed that. So we'll take this inner HTML, and we'll provide this space. We'll take this if response is okay, then we have to perform, and we have to render the component. So first we have to take this state await response.json. Once we have the data, then we can simply call this parse data.bot trim. Then we'll take the type text function, and we have to simply pass that, and it will be trigger our message, and it will display in the front end. So that looks pretty good. Now we have to fetch the information from our local storage to check the value as a free trial as a pro member. So that's what we're going to do next. So first we'll take a variable called free trial, and we have to get the information from the local storage. Get item, and this is the key pair we have assigned, free trial. Then we have to simply take this free trial, and we have to simply pass. We'll pass the free trial. Now we have to build the if else statement. So we'll say if free trial equal to 1, then we'll say that const free trial, we'll say json.stringify 2, and we'll have to set that into a local storage. We'll give the key pair, and we'll set the value, and then we have to simply update the data in the front end too. So that's the first if else statement. Now else, simply get this one and paste here. If it's 2, then we'll say 3 copy, but if it's 3, then we'll say 4, and this will be 4, copy paste. If it's 4, then it will be 5, then simply copy paste, and if it's 5, then we want to simply remove this one. So come here, remove this one in the 5, and we have to simply console log out something. We'll say console.log, and you can display pro membership, means it's like you have done the free trials. So now what I have to do is, here I can come and I have to remove the search input field. So simply say remove element, and we have to call this remove function, so it will remove the search input, so the user cannot search after the free trial. So that looks pretty good. And by default we can go with this. So we'll say copy this one and paste here. So it will start from 1 and it will go 1. So generally it will start from 0. When the user will make a first request, it will increase 1. And that's the entire if else statement we have written just for updating our local storage. Looks pretty good. And else we have to simply catch if anything goes wrong. So we'll say error await response dot text, and we have to simply feed the data into our HTML. So we'll say like something went very wrong, reload the page, and that's the message we want to display. Or you can display the entire alert message. So let's display that as well. Save it. So that looks pretty good. That's the entire function we have. So this is for handle submit. We are getting the data, building a unique ID, making a call to API, and then we are storing the data in the local storage based on the free trial. Looks good. Close this one, close this entire function, and now we have to simply call the function, and we have to attach the function on enter. So when he will enter the mouse, so we'll say argument listener, we'll call for submit, and we have to call the function. In that we have to pass the event. Then we'll call this add event listener. We are looking for the key up, and we'll say event, we'll say if e.key code equal to 13, means we have to call this function. We'll pass the event. And that's the only thing we have to do here in this script, where we have built the entire logic for making our calls. You can see type text, generate unique ID, we have the card stripe, then we have this entire handle function. Amazing. And this is the event we have attached. So that's the only thing you have to do here. Close this one, and looks pretty good. So we have done with that. Now we have to work on our server. So click on this, and now we have to build our server. So we have to import couple of things. So we have to import the express, and we have to import our cross, and we have already installed all the packages. So we have this 2 package, and now we have to import our, and this will come from OpenAI. So we need the configuration and the OpenAI. So these are the import we are taking. Now we have to simply take the variable, we'll say configure, and that we have to pass the new configuration, and that we have to simply pass our API key. So let's build that. I will show you that how you can get your API key. So this is the configuration we have done. Now we'll take a variable called OpenAI, and we have to pass this configuration in our OpenAI. So that's the setup we have done. Now come here, we have to take a variable called app and call our express. Then we'll take this app use, and that we have to pass this cross, so we can make our API can be called from different domain. Then we'll take this app.use, we have to call this express.json, and if you don't use this express.json, then you cannot able to send the data in the API. So this is the JSON format you have to define. Then we'll call this app.get, and this is the get method we are building. So this is the router we have, request, response, and we have covered this tons of time in our like NFT project. So let's send the response. So like it will say message, we'll say hey Daulat, let's say Daulat Hussain, welcome to ChatGPT. So this is just an optional one. Now let's build the actual one for making a post request. So we'll say app.post. We're gonna do on the same route. We'll take the async function, it will take the request and response, and here we have to build a quite huge function. So first we have to take this const. First we have to get the data from the body. So we'll say prompt request.body.prompt. So whatever request user will make, that's what we have to get. So once we have the prompt, now we have to take this response, await, and we'll call this OpenAI create completion, and in that we have to set the entire object. And again, whatever object I'm going to highlight, that's all I'm getting from the documentation. So first we have to set the model, because currently there is a different types of models we have which you can use as a OpenAI, but this is the model which I'm using, and this one is for all the dimensions like text, personal device, coding. So this is the model I'm using. Now we have to define the prompt which we are getting from the body. Now we have to define the temperature 0. Then we have to define the max token to 3000. We'll take this top P 1. We'll take the frequent plenty 0.5, and percent penalty is 0. So this is the entire object you have to set, and again everything is mentioned in the documentation which you guys can follow. So once we have passed this one, now we have to look for the response. We'll say response dot status, we have to say 200 for OK, and in that we have to send the entire information. So we'll take this bot, we'll say response dot data dot choice 0, and we'll say text, and that's the response we have to send to our element. Now we can come here, and that looks pretty good. So here we have the response. Now let's wrap this entire in try catch so we can find out if anything goes wrong. So we'll take a try and catch, cut this one, and simply paste here and save it. Here we have to simply console log out the entire error, and we can also send a response. So we'll take this 500, and in that we can simply send the error, and it will say something went wrong, very wrong. So that's the entire thing, and now we have to listen for the app. So we'll take app.listen, and we want to run this on port 4000 because that's what we have used in our front end in the API request. So we can simply pass this particular information. App API server started on port, and this is the port which we have constructed, localhost 4000. Save it. But if you come back here in the script, that's the port we have used here. So make sure to give the exact port in the front end as well as in the back end, otherwise it will not work. So this is the entire piece of code you have to write, and now you have to get your API key, and that's the only thing we have to do here. Everything's looking pretty good. I hope you guys have done exactly the same thing which I have done here. So this looks pretty awesome. Now we have to get the API key. So if I start the application, you can see, let's go into the server folder and let's start the backend. So this is the command we have to write, npm run server, and this will start our application. You can see it started on 4000. If you come here, this is the 3000. If you change this to 4 and hit enter, you can see this is the response we got. Hi Daulat Hussain, welcome to ChatGPT. So this looks pretty good, means our backend server is running. Close this one. Now we have to get our OpenAI key. So come here, type OpenAI, click on the very first link, and you can create your account, or if you have already your account, then click on this login and you will come to this page. They provide multiple options, but we are looking for an API. Click on that, and here you can able to find all the models, all the AI models they have, image generator, text to speech, everything you can find here. So the one we are looking for, the API key, click on this view API key, and here you will find that I'm already created a lot of API key. So that's all information you will find here. Come here in the settings. Here you will find all the use case. So right now you can see that I created this particular account in the month of Jan, and this particular account got expired because it will give you $18 as a free trial. But right now in the month of August, if you create your account in OpenAI, it will give you only $5 credit, and that is sufficient for testing your API. Okay, so make sure to come and create your account. It will give you the $5 credit, and if it's not give you the $5 credit, make sure to change your IP address, because once you create an account and once you try to create a new account with the same IP address, it's not going to work, because this is what I have encountered. So let's come back here in the rate limit. Here you can able to find, so these are the all models we have. You can use any model. If I come here, if I go to the service, not the server one, I have to go into the backend. So come back here in the backend, and here we have this one. So right now I'm using this particular model, but you can use any model. They have the huge list. You can check from your end whether you want to use for the chat, image, all. That's all you can find. And here we have the billing. If you want to upgrade, you can do that definitely. So once you do all the things, make sure to come here and create your secret key. Click on that and give a name, whatever you want. I'll call it API GPT. Click on generate, and this is the key you will get. So copy, and that's what you have to pass here. Again, this key will not work because my account is got expired. So I'm going to paste the valid API key which I got it because I have upgraded my account from the different one. So finally I have updated my API key, and I'm using my pro member account. So I bought the API key for $20 a month, and that's what I'm using. But if you create your account for the very first time, it will give you the $5 credit, and that is enough for you. So make sure to paste your API key. Here you can see if I clear the terminal and close that one. So that's the only thing we have to do. Every single things we have done, it's looking absolutely fine. So this is the entire context, this is the entire index file. We have built all the logics, looks good. Then we have the entire contract we have written. You can see this is the huge line of code we have written. Now if we come back to the script, this is the script we have written for the deploy, and we have tested as well. Then we have the server, this is the entire server we have built. And what else we have missed? So we have the API feature, looks good, and that's looking absolutely perfect. So if you come back here in the chat, in the next video we're going to start working on our chat page. So first we'll start work on the chat page, bring all the functionality. After that we're going to move on our like login or landing page. So right now we have all of this component. First we'll start working on the chat components, and that's what we're going to start in the next video. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have understood every single thing and followed the complete from start to end, and gave you the broader sense that what we are building and how we had done the entire setup. And the next video we're going to start working on our chat page. So don't forget to watch that. Let's move to that. All of you, hope you guys are great, and welcome back to this amazing project. So this is where we left in the last video. I believe that you have watched the last video, in that we have built all the functionality of our ChatGPT. So if you haven't watched, make sure to watch it, then you can continue from here. So now we're going to work on our chat page. So here we are. Now come back here in the component. Inside the component we have this three component: authentication, chat, and home. This one is going to be our landing page, and now we're going to work on our chat page. So let's come back here in the index file, and let's quickly import all the components. So import chatting, and that's coming from the same directory. Then we have to import the sidebar, coming from the same directory. Then we have to import the chat. Then we have to import the help component. Now we have to import the history component. And then we have to import the subscription component. After that we have to import the setting component, and then we have to import the form components. So these are the couple of components we have, and the last one is the model component. It's model component. So these are the components we have, which we're going to use in our chat page. Now let's export that. So chatting, sidebar, help, history, subscription, setting, form, and the last one is the model. So these are the component exports we are doing. Pretty good. Everything's looking good. We have no issue so far. Pretty good. Close this one, close this one, and now we can come back here. So let's close that one, come back to the pages, go to the chat page, and here we have to import the components. So come here, let's do the internal import. We have to call the component called chatting component and the form model component, and that's coming from the component / chat index. So we got the component, and now we have to inject the component here. So we'll take the chatting component, then we'll take the model component, and we have to import the script which we have developed for our OpenAI. So let's call script, and now we can import the script, and this script is coming from the public folder. So let me close that one. We have to provide the type module, and the location of the file is in the script.js. So it's coming from the public folder, and that's what we have built in the last video. So let's comment out this for a time being. Let's build the entire UI part, then we're going to simply connect this functionality. Click on this chatting and come to this component, and now we're going to start building this chatting component first. So let's open up your terminal and let's start the application to see that everything's working. So we'll type npm run dev. It will start our application, and here you can see our MetaMask popped up, means everything is working fine, whatever setup we have done in the last video. So let's close this one, and let's do one thing. Let's go back to the next page. So it's taking a little bit time. Let's go to the next page, the chat page. This one is the index page. Let's call it chat, and here we are. So we have no issue so far, everything's good. And here you can see model, and we have connected successfully. So come back here, let's make it side by side, and now we can start working on our UI components. So let's cut this one, reload the browser, and things are looking so far, and things are looking fine. We have no issues. Now let's do one thing. Let's start importing a couple of things from. So let's import the icons, and we have already installed the packages, the React icons packages. So let's import that, and this one is coming from BI. Then we have to import our icon. This comes React icon /md. We'll take this md paid icon. Then we'll come here, we'll do some internal import, and we have to import the component, and these coming from the index, the same directory. We need the form component. Then we have to import our context, and that's coming from the context index. So if you come back here, go back to the context, and now we have to simply drag and simply copy this name. So this is the one we are exporting from here, and that's what we have to import. And that way we can easily able to make the call right here in this component. Looks good. Come here, and now we have to take couple of state variable. So we can come here, we'll say state variable. So let's take that. So first we have to import the use state and use effect, and now we can take the variable. We'll take this call active, and we'll say ask anything. This is the first state variable. Now we have to take another one, and this will be hidden. Let's make it true and make it capital. Let's take another one, and this will call pro member, and by default it's gonna be an object, because all the information when the user will take the membership, we're going to store into this particular object. Then we'll take another one, and this will call free trial. In this we're going to keep the track of user free trial. And now we have to manage our state, so we have to get some information from our context. So we'll take this, we'll call our context, and from there we can take this information free, and we'll take the address of the user. So these are the state variable we have. Now we can come, now we have to build a couple of functions. So we'll say const close, it will take an event, and inside that we're going to simply prevent the default behavior. Then we're going to simply call this particular function set hidden false. So that's the very first function we have. Now we have to create a list of the navigation, the menus. So let's call product list, and in that we have to take an array, and we have to define all the product, all the services we want to provide, like coding generator, all of the things. So let's take that. We'll call ask anything. The second one will be content writer. Third one is code generator. Fourth one is translate anything. Then we have social media. After that we have email generator. Then we have personal advice. After that we have password generator. Then we have travel, hangout, and the last one we have essay writer. So that's the entire product and the list we have. Looks pretty good. So we have got our function, we got our menus. Now we can come here, we can create a function called load data, and this function going to load the data from our local storage. So what we'll do here, first we'll say const user detail, and this detail will come from the local storage. So we'll call it local storage.get item, and this is the key pair we have provided. I hope you guys have watched the last video, and that I have covered this extensively. So we have to provide the key pair, and then we have to get the data. So we'll call it member, and we have to simply parse the data. So we'll pass that user details, and then we have to simply set this data to the user pro member. And I'm getting this particular error message. Okay, I know the issue. So simply come here, provide this bracket, and that looks fine. So that's the one. And now we have to work on the free trial. So we'll say free trial. We have to get that information from the local storage. We'll call it free trial. So after every single request user will make on our chat API, we're going to count that how many requests he or she has made. and that information we're going to store in our local storage, and from there we're going to hide or free or the paid trial. So let's set that information in our state variable. So that looks good. Now we have to take this console and we can simply see that in our terminal. So that's the function which is ready, and now we have to call this function after every single page reload. So we'll take this hook and we're going to call the function, and it's going to be an empty array. So that's the entire function for loading the data. Now we can start working on our other things. So we can come here, we can take a variable called display. We have to take a variable, and now we have the information about the free trial. So we're going to learn all this. We have to simply replace the double quote around the string, so we can display this particular information in our front-end UI. So again, this is the bracket which you have to provide, global and double quote. So this will remove the double quotes from the string, and we'll have this particular variable in that display. So things are looking pretty fine. So we have the state variable, we have this function, then we have the product list, and this is the load data, and here we are calling the function, and here we are simply removing the double string from the trial one. Things are looking good. Now we can simply start working on our JSX parts. Simply remove this one, take a div, it will have a class called tab, pan, fade, show, and active. So these are the classes we are using, and again all the CSS files are already provided to you in the Starla file. So if you haven't got that, make sure to get it, and so we can start following together. So these are the classes I'm getting from the CSS file. So we'll take an ID chat, and it will have a role called table panel. It will have a Arial labeled by chat, and we'll have a tab index to 0, because we're going to have multiple component and we're going to simply open one component at a time. So that's how we're going to manipulate the data. So inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called main wrapper. Inside that, we'll take a nav, and in that we're going to keep our navigation. So it will have a class called nav, and then say nav toggle. We'll have a d none. Inside that, let's have a type, not type of type, and the type will be button, and we'll say data ds toggle is going to be collapse. It will have a ds data bs, it will say target, and we want to simply target the nav bar, and we'll have a Arial controls is gonna be nav bar, and we'll have a Arial expanded to false, and the last one is going to be Arial label to toggle navigation. So these are the property we are assigning to our navigation. So we can simply close and open. So it looks pretty good. Now what I can do is actually I did a mistake. So come here, we have to simply do the changes here. So here we're going to take a nav, and it will have a class called navbar dash expand large and background light and padding 0. So this is the navbar. Simply cut and paste here, and this one is going to be button. Simply change this to button. Inside that, we'll take our icon. So we'll take this BI menu, and the reason it's not displaying because we are just using the responsive mode. So we are hiding this particular button in the more device. So just code along with me, everything will make sense, and you will find everything is working absolutely great. So it's look good. Our button component is ready. Now we can go ahead. We'll take a div. It will have a class called collapse navbar collapse, and it will have an ID called navbar. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called inner menu panel. Inside that, we'll take another button. It will have a data attribute. We'll say bs toggle, and it will collapse. It will have a data bs target, and it will have an ID called navbar, and it will have a class called inner close and d block d large none. Inside that, we'll take this back text. So far things are looking good. No issues we have here. So it looks good. Now we can come here. We'll take a div. It will have a class called, let's say, search box. Inside that, we'll take an icon. It will have a class called icon sec, and we'll have a data attribute data icon search and normal to. Then we'll have our input field class form control. It will have a placeholder search here, and that looks good. So far things are taking good. Now we can come here and we can take a UL tag, and we'll take this class inner links list, and it will have an ID called inner link. Inside that we'll take our product list, the entire navigation, and we're going to simply loop over it. So we'll say map product index, and we have to simply render that. So we'll take a li, it will have a key I plus index, then it will provide a on click function. So we have to change the update, the active state of our application, and then we'll simply call this one set active, and in that we're going to simply pass the product, means the active menu, and we'll have a class called, let's make it dynamic. So we'll say product if it's equal to the active, then we have to make that particular menu active, otherwise empty. So that's how our information would look like. So you can see this is the side navigation which we're going to build, and here we have the input field, and this is the main body. So it's divided in 3 categories. Everything is looking so far so good. Now what we can do is we can simply render the product, the menu. So we'll take this anchor tag and we'll take that one, and it will have a data title to the ask anything, and here we're going to simply take the product, the menu list, save it, and here we got it. So things are looking fine. You can see on over effect, on click event, we are making active and changing the active state on the click event. So this looks pretty good. So things are looking good here. So looks pretty good. Now we have to come here. So simply do one thing, simply give this comment navbar start close, and copy this one and paste here. This one is navbar end. So this is the first component we have worked. Now work on the body component. So we can call it navbar header start. Simply copy that one and paste here end. So in that we'll take a div, it will have a class called chat header. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called head deflex align item center. We'll have a gap 2 pixels. Inside that we'll take a button, it will have a class called navbar toggle, and we'll have called d medium none, and we'll have a d block, and it will have a type button, and we have to assign the attribute, data attribute. We'll say bs toggle, and that's going to be called collapse. So this is what I have. So what I can do is we have already done this one. Okay, so simply copy this properties from here, and that's what we can simply pass in this particular button. So simply copy and paste here. Now we have to change the value. So this one becomes the main navbar, and this one is also a main navbar, and the rest would be fine. So let me see one more time. Things are looking good. No issue we have. Inside that we have to take our icon. So we'll take this BM menu, and we can assign our class. So we'll say mobile custom menu. So that looks good. You can see our header section is displaying pretty fine and looks good. Somehow the icon is not displaying, but because the icon we have built, that one is for the mobile device, so it's hidden on the desktop. Looks good. So that's looks pretty good. Now we can come here, we can take our anchor, and we can say let's redirect to the home page, and we can add a class called logo icon. We'll take deflex d medium none, and inside that we'll take our image. We'll take the asset, go to the asset folder / we have to go to the CSV folder, and then we have to get our CSV icon, the logo. And I believe that you guys can understand that from where I'm getting this images, this asset folder into our public, and from there we are getting it. I show you this multiple time. Let's assign a class called image fluid, and that looks good. That's the image. Come back here, take a h3, and we can say this id target div, and inside that we have to display our active state, means the active service. So still nothing in here. So I reload the browser, and things are looking pretty good. No issues we have here. Simply do the inspect element, and this will display on the mobile device. So you can see here we have in the mobile device, but there is something wrong with that. So it doesn't look like it. So I have to do the changes. So let's do one more inspect elements. Okay, so here I made a mistake. So this is the button. I have to simply cut this button. So just do one thing, cut this button and paste here, and that will work fine. So come here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called header option, and inside that we'll take this display, the value we have generated, and we'll say this: if display equal to pro member, then we have to display this particular component. We'll take this anchor and it will have a href, and we have to display this particular data. Display means if the user have taken the membership, then we have to display the pro membership, that you are a pro membership, but else we have to display the free trial message. So in that we can take this if, we'll say delete button, and we'll say data cursor. It will have the property called pointer, and it will have the href to none, and in that we can simply display our message. So we can take this free left, and we'll say, let's say take a span. Inside that we'll take this id and we'll say free trial, and this is the id we have targeted in our JavaScript file. So I hope you guys have followed the last video, and in that we have to simply display. So 0. If there is a free value in our state, then display that, otherwise we have to display 0. And looks pretty good. And now you can see it's perfectly aligned in the mobile device, but still the styles are not applied on the icons. So maybe I forgot to add some classes, so the rest would be fine. You can see our free trial is also looking absolutely fine, and this is also looking fine. Pretty good. Reload the browser and things are looking good. So no issues we have here. Now we can simply come here, we'll take a anchor, and we'll take this. It will have a class called premium button. It will have an id called subscriptions button, and it will have a data attribute to cursor, and we'll pass the property to call, let's say pointer, and we'll say href. We don't need to take that because we don't want to redirect anywhere. We'll take this md paid and we'll display our icon with a text message get premium, and here you can see it looks pretty cool. We have our icon and we have our test. Looks pretty good. This one is also looking fine. Now come back here. Now we have to work on the body tag. So come here, we'll simply come back here and we'll take a div. It will have a class called main chat. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called no chat. Inside that we'll take our dynamic block. So we'll say if there is no chat, means the user haven't asked any question, then we want to hide the image, sorry, display the image. But if user have asked any questions and our AI is responding, then we have to hide the image. So we'll say if hide is true. So if hide is true, then we have to display this particular component. So it will have an image and we have to display this hardcode image. Means you can ask the question to our chatbot, and we'll have a class called image fluid and save it. And we'll display our heading tag. It will have a, let's say it will have our text called active, and we'll say if active is equal to ask anything, then this display nothing, otherwise we can display call ask. Remove this one. Looks pretty fine. So this is the first, but if it's false, then we can simply display this empty string. So that looks fine. If I save it, if you come back to the browser, you can see everything is perfectly aligned and we got our image back. So it looks pretty good. Things are looking good. So that looks pretty good. So far things are looking good. And now we have to work on our form component, the input field, so the user can type their text and we can send the response back. Our AI will respond back. So let's come here, let's take a div. It will have a class called, it will have an ID called chat container, and inside that we're going to populate the data dynamically. So this is the class we have assigned in our JavaScript, and that's what we are targeting. So it's going to be an empty div. We don't need to pass, we are passing with the help of dynamic. So we'll come here, we'll take a form. And in that we have to send the props. So we have to send the props like close function, then we have to send the props like pro member data, then we have to send the address of the user, and we have to send the free trial. So these are the props we are sending in our front component, and that's the only thing we have to do here. So if I save it, hope so far things are looking good to all of you guys. So these are the imports and export we have done. So right now we have nothing here, and still we have this problem in the icon, so we have to fix that. But the rest would be fine. The images are fine, the header is fine, the logo is fine. So come back here and let's try to see what's the problem we have. And I can see the problem it's having in right here. So let's come up here, and this is the problem here. So here we have the problem. So you can see that this is called navbar toggle. It's called navbar toggler. Okay, toggler, toggler. So I stopped the recording for a while and I was trying to find out that what went wrong. So you can see that if you make one spelling mistake, it's created a huge problem, or it changed the entire structure of your application. For 15 minutes and then I found this particular issue. So this is the one issue we have, and I have one more issue to fix. So here we have to provide the class to our icon. So let's call it a mobile dash custom menu. So these are the two changes you have to do. And come back here in 116 number line, and we have the one more button, and here we have to do the same changes. Okay, toggler. So make sure to change the toggler in two places and provide the class in the icon. You can see here we have provided that one. So these are the two changes you have to do. Save it and come back here, and now you can see that our classes are applied. If you come here, it looks pretty fine. If you do the inspect element, things are looking fine and looks good, looks pretty good. So we have imported, we have built the functions, and this is the navbar, this is the body component we have, and this is the chat component we have. So far things are looking pretty good. We have no issues in that, and now we're going to start working on our form component. So simply close that one, close that one, close that one, close this one, come back here and go back to the components, and here we have all the files. Go back to the components, go back to the chat. Inside that we have the form. So this is the sidebar. So before we start working on the form, let's work on the sidebar first. Okay, let's work on the sidebar first. So this is the icon we have to display here. So what we can do here now, so let's import couple of things from React. We have to get the icons. So it's coming from the React/bs, means bootstrap, and we have to take the icons called bs fill chat fill. We'll take this bs questions square, and we'll take this bs star. So these are the three icons we are taking. Simply come here, we have to import more. We'll take this React icon/bi, and that we have to import this bi transfer alt, and make this bi menu. We'll come here, we have to import the React icon slash, and this time comes from medium. We'll take this medium ped, and we'll take this md settings. We'll take the md close. So these are the icons we got it. Now we have what we have. Now we start working on our JSX. So take this dynamic block, and in that we'll take this navbar. It will have a class called navbar dash expand medium. It will have a padding 0. Inside that we'll have a button, and again we have taken that button, so we can come back to the chatting. So chatting, and here we have the button, and we need all of the property we have assigned to our button. So simply find out the button we have here, simply copy this entire button, and that's what we can simply paste here. Replace this one, and here we have to do a little bit changes. So the name is going to be the same. Here we have the navbar, it's going to be a main navbar, and simply copy, and that's what we have to paste here. So this is the change we have to do, and the rest will be fine. And here we have to change the icon. So what icon we can call it? Menu, and that's what we have called. So we don't need to do the icon, change the icon. So we are done with the button. Now we have to work on the other component. We'll take a div. It will have a class called collapse. Enter that, we'll take another class called navbar collapse. It will have an ID called main navbar nav. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called main nav bar, main nav, collab, close, main nav close. It will have a d block, and we'll say d medium dash num, and it will have a data attribute called bs toggle, and it will say close collapse. It will have a data bs target, and it will have the property called main nav bar. And I noticed one thing that it will be applied on a button, not on a div. So what I can do is come back here and change this to a button. Come here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called menu panel, cut and paste here. So definitely you will commit this kind of mistake. I do all the time. So come here, that's the button we have. Inside that we have to display our icon, the close, and we can simply provide a class called icon custom, and it will have an anchor. So we have to take a class called logo icon. It will have a d none, and it will have a d medium flex. Inside that we'll take our image, and we'll take the image, means we have to display our logo. We'll take the logo icon dash icon dot svg. It will have a class called image fluid, and save it. This looks pretty fine. So cut this button, and we have to paste here. This image will be out of the button, and that looks pretty good. Now we can come here, we'll take a ul. It will have a class called navbar tabs, and menu wrapper. So this is how you can assign multiple classes. I believe that you guys can learn these shortcuts. So open this one. It will have an id called my tab, and it will have the role called tab list. Inside that we have to take the li. It will have a class called nav item. It will have a data attribute called bs toggle, and in that we have to call this tooltip. It will have a data attribute called data bs placement, and we can call this to right. It will have a data another bs title, and the title is going to be a chat. It will have the role, we'll say presentations, and that's the entire data we have to assign. So that's the entire attribute we have to assign to our li, and inside that we have to simply come here and come back here in the chatting, and we have to grab few things. So come back here, and inside that we can simply paste the button. Okay, copy the button and paste here, and here we have to do the changes. So we have to remove this classes. It will be called nav link, and the first one is going to be have the ft class. So by default we want to open the very first one, the chat one, and this will be called tab, and this will be chat. And what else I have to do the changes? So simply remove this one. So it looks pretty good. It will have a role called tab. It will have a aerial control to chat. It will have a aerial selected to true, and that these are the property you have to assign. And here we have to change the icon. So it will be bs fill chat fill, and the class would be icon custom, and we have a spam. In that we have to display our text. We'll call it chat. So that's the first li, and what we have to do is we have to simply replicate this 6 times. So this is the first one for our chat. So simply close this one and copy and replicate couple of times. So replicate at least 6 times. So the first one we have is a chat one. So this one is going to be probably the history. So let's remove this. No, what we can do is let's change this to history, and let's bring that css class back. And this is the first one, which is a chat one. Okay, no issues we have in the first one, and we have to do the changes in the second one. So we have to remove this active classes from the second one, and this is the chat, and this one is going to be history. Okay, so this one is history, and now we have to change the name in other places. So this one is also gonna be history. Okay, select this two only with a small h, and this will be history. So this is the second one, and we have to change the icon to called BI transfer alt. So that's the history one we have. Now this will be called subscription, and here we have to do the changes. Simply make it small, and this will be small subscriptions, and here we have to change subscription and the icon star. So this one is the third one is the subscription one. This one is will be, let's call it to help, and change this small and small, and this will be help, and this will be called BS question square, and this will be the ratings, and looks good so far. And here we have to do the changes. So this will also be called model, because this time we don't need to open the component, we have to trigger our model component. We're going to build that. So model, and here we have to pass the static backdrop, and remove this tree properties, and remove this active state. So that's the only thing we have to do. And here we have to provide the button class, and button call, let's say primary, and that looks fine. And here we have to change the icon to MD paid, and this will call upgrade. So user can click and it will open the pop-up model, and user can take the memberships from there. Looks good. So this is the one we have. Now we can change this other one. So this will call setting, and this will be setting, and here we can call it setting. We can take the setting item, and this one is also setting. So this is the entire, and we have these two extras, so simply remove this. So this is the entire sidebar, and still nothing is displaying. Why? So why it's not displaying? Okay, there is some problem. So come here in the chatting, and what I have noticed that instead of writing the entire code we have written in the chatting, we have to write in the chat. So this is the problem I faced. So we have to write here. So what I can do, come back in chatting and simply copy this entire code, because this code will go into the chat component, and we have to paste here. Okay, simply change the name to chat, and that's the change you have to do. Now you can come back to the chatting, and you can simply replace this one, type RAFCE, and we have to import the component. So this one is going to be the main component of our chat page. So we have to do the internal import. So we need the, let's say we need the components, and that's coming from the same directory. We need the sidebar, we need the chat. Okay, I called chat. Let's come back to the index, and let's remove this extra t, and come here, and that looks fine. Let's remove this extra t. Let's import the help, import the history, and we import the subscription and the setting. So we got all the component, and now we can simply place all the component here. So we'll take this instant return, and we'll take a section. It will have a class called chatting wrapper padding 0. Then we'll display our sidebar component. Then we can simply come here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called tab content. Inside that we have to display all the components. So chat, history, subscription, help, and we have to display the last one, which is the setting. So that looks fine. So these are the changes you have to do. Okay, so now you can see we are back how it was looking before, and still the sidebars are not displaying. Means we have done something wrong in the classes. So let's try to find out the problem. So I found the problem. Instead of NAVEBER, we have to say VA. So this is the A you have to assign A, and here we have to type A. So if you do these changes in the sidebar component, the spelling, it will reflect the one, and I can see we have all the icons are showing, and some of the icons are in active mode, so we have to change their active state. So this is the one change you have to do, and the other changes you have to do here. So remove this active state from them. So come back here, let's find out one. So this is the one. Let's remove this from the subscription and close this one. Now we have to remove from the help, close this one, and now we have to remove from the, let's say this one is not there, from the last one, which is the setting, and save it. And you can see right now we have only one active one. Still the click event is not taking place, means still we have some issues, but the stylings are taking place, you can see that. But if I do the inspect element, you can see right now we have this, and this is how it's going to look on a desktop. So still our JavaScript and the event we have included in the components is not working, means we have done something wrong. But you can see the text are displaying and we are calling ask and it's changing. Okay, there is a lot of work we have to do, but gradually everything is coming together. So we have to do a little bit changes still here in this sidebar component, which I'll do later. First start working on the other component. So let's start working on the form component. And still we have some problem in our sidebar component, so we're going to fix that out. But before we start working on the sidebar, let's work on the form component. Simply import couple of things. So we need to import the icon, and we'll take the React icon /bi. Then I will simply copy and replicate couple of times and change the name. So this will be AI and this will be empty. And now we have to import the icon. So this will call bi menu, and here we have to import call md send, and here we have the last one called AI fill audio and AI fill picture. So these are the 4 icons we are using. Now we have to receive the props we have sent into the form component. So we have this close pro member with capital M, and we have to take this address. So, and the last one is free trial. So these are the 4 props we are sending into our form component. Come here, we'll take a variable called today, because we have to get the current time. So we can use that current time to match. Subscription is over, means the subscription date is over, then the current time means user have to renew. So let's take the current date. So we'll say date.now, and now we have to call date, call new date.now, and in that we have to pass the date. So it will give us the date in the format, and now we have to simply format the date in your preferred language. So I will go with the English US. Okay, so we'll say data.local data string, and in that I have to pass this English US. You can pick any other format, there's are tons of format, and this will give you the date. So let's rename this one. So that looks pretty good. We got the expiry date. Now we can start working on the JSX. So simply remove that one. We'll take a form. Okay, why it's coming in this color? Take a form and close this one. Is will have a ID. We'll say form input data. It will have a class called msger input area, and inside that we'll take our dynamic block, because we have to create 2 input field, one for the subscription check and the other one is for the free trial. Just code along with me. So we'll say pro member means the address is there in the pro member. So whenever the user will buy the membership, that data we are storing in our local storage. So we'll try to match the pro member address to the current address. So if his address is there in the local storage, means the user have bought the membership, but it's not there, that means he hasn't bought the membership, and we have to display our free trial. So we'll say pro member address user equal to the address, current address, and if the pro member expiry date is not equal to this expiry date, and then only we have to display this component. So first we have to check for the address which matches, after that we have to check for the expiry date. If both the conditions are true, then we have to display this component, otherwise we don't want to display that. So we'll take this, else we'll display nothing. So we'll come here and we come back to the chat, and here we have built a couple of things. So we need this button. Take this button, copy and paste here. So we have the button, and here we have to do a little bit changes. So remove this one, and we'll take this d large none, d block, and merger send, no, remove that, msgr dash send and button, and this will be the fine, and this will have some different size. So we'll say icon size, and looks good. So this is the button we have. Now we have to remove this. Actually we don't need this one, because here we are using different model. Simply remove this one. Now we have to take the second component. We'll take the input field. It will have a name called prompt, and this name is very important because this name will trigger our form submit, and this is the name we are targeting in our HTML, in our JavaScript, to get the data from the input field and make a request to our API. So we'll call it form, and we'll take the class called msger input. Placeholder is going to be ask anything, ask any questions, and we'll say here. So this is the input field. It will have a row. So let's give one, and let's give a column in case if you want to change this to area and make it big input field. It's totally up to you. So that's the input. Now we can take an anchor, and we'll take a class called mic icon, and it will have our mic fill audio, and it will have a class called icon size. Simply replicate it one more time for the pictures, and this will be called, let's call it picture, and this will be audio. Save it, come back here, and now we have to take another button for actual click event. So we'll take a class called msgear send button, and inside that we'll take our icon md send. It will have a class called icon size, and here we'll have a type called submit, and it will also have our on click function which we have built. So in that we're going to simply call our close functions, and that will pass the event. So that's the entire thing you have to do. Save it, and let's have a look. And here we are getting this error. Okay, my bad, sorry. So this is the error message we are getting because we are calling this now twice. So come here, and we have to simply remove this now, and that will fix the issue. Save it, and here you can see our input fields are displaying, but here we have the problem in the icon. They are overlapping. So that's a very easy fix. Maybe that's the overfix. So let's have a look in the classes. So we can come back in the icon section, and here we have to do the changes in the class. So this is the first one, mic, and this one is going to be a picture. So let's change this to scan scan. So save it, and this will provide some space from the right hand side. So that looks pretty good. So this is the entire chat application. So this is the entire UI part of our chat application. We have to build the other component, but right now you can see that our default pages looks absolutely good. User can put their questions and they can ask, and these tabs are not working because we have some problem in the sidebar, and we have to look at that, and the rest is looking fine. Back in the form components, let's close this one, and now let's do the inspect element, and this is how it will look on a mobile device. You can click, nothing is happening, and this is also nothing is happening in here. So that looks good. Okay, so it's looking good, and here we are in the form components. Now let's have a look. So this is the one. So this one is for the pro member. So if user have taken the membership, then only will display this input field, but we have to create one more for the free trial, and thus we'll do that very easily. We'll take another dynamic block. We'll say if free trial is less or equal to 4, we are giving 4 free trials, then we have to simply display the component. So what we'll do is simply open this one, and we need to take this entire component, copy and paste here, and paste here. So this will be triggered when the free trial is over, and right now you can see we have these 2 input fields because there is no data in our local storage. That's why it's rendering this twice. So that's a very easy fix. For the time being, we comment this out. Okay, we comment this out, and now you can have only one. So we are going with the temporary solution, but we're going to make it dynamic when we'll actually allow user to store the data in the local storage and make a request to our API. Looks good, and we can come back here in the chatting form data if we are done with that, and index is looking fine. Sidebar is also done, but we have some issue. Now we have to work on the model. So user can click and it will open. So let's start working on it. So we have to import couple of things. We have to import the icon first, and that's coming from the React icon /font awesome. And we'll take this font star, and we'll take another one, and that's also coming from the React item medium, and this will be our close. Now we can simply remove this, and we'll build our J6. It will have a class. Okay, so let's remove this one. Take a div. It will have a class called model. It will have a rating model, and will have a weight. It will have an ID called static backdrop, and then so that will take a div. It will have a class called model dialog model, call it dialog centered, and inside that will take a div. It will have a class called model content. Inside that will take a div. It will have a class called model header. In that we have to display our h1. We'll say model title font size 5, and we'll assign an ID to static backdrop label, and inside that will display our text called pro membership. So that's the entire component. Now Here we are getting some issues, so I know what's the problem I have in the. So this particular icon is coming from not font awesome. Okay, so this is the problem. So let's come here. It's gonna be called A font awesome, not S. So that's the changes you have to do. Things are looking pretty fine, but still the sidebars are not working. Okay, let's build that. Let's code along with me. We'll take a button. It will have a class called button close. It will have a type called button, and it will have a data attribute called bs dismiss, and we want to simply close it, the model. And we'll take this Arial label is gonna be close. Inside that we have to display our close icon. It will have a class called mobile custom menu. Here we have to simply take a div. It will have a class called modal body. Inside that we'll take a paragraph. We'll say 6 months plan. Inside that we'll take this Lawrence dummy data. You can type your text, and we can come here. We'll take a paragraph, and that will say only 3 Matty. So this is the plan we are promoting by default, and we'll take a UL and we'll display some star reviews. So we'll say star rating, and in that we'll have a data OS, and that will say fade up data OS duration is gonna be, let's provide something like 1000, and the last one is going to be the data OS delay, that's going to be 2, and in that we have to display our icon. So we'll take this dynamic array not a dynamic hardcode array, and we'll simply render the same icon multiple times. So let's return it. We'll display this li and we'll display our icon font star, and this will render. We want to display the 5 icon, that's why we are taking this. Now we can come here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called model footer, and it will have a button type button class model submit, and we'll have margin 0. Data attribute will have, let's call dismiss, and we'll call this model, and inside that we have to call it upgrade. So user can click and we can attach the like upgrade functionality here as well. So it looks pretty good. And if I click okay, nothing is happening, but still we are building. So click on that. We are getting a couple of error in the terminal because of the smart contract we have not deployed. You can see we are getting this error messages. Don't worry about that, just focus on the UI component. Okay, the click events are not taking place, means there is something wrong in our sidebar, and we're gonna fix that in shortly. Just code along with me, everything will make sense. So this is the entire model component we have done, and we have no issues in here. So come back here, close this one, and now we can simply go back to the history one. So let's come back here in the chat, and here we have looked this. You can see we are calling the model component here, but somehow the model is not opening. Okay, not a big deal, we can fix that. So come back here in the chatting. This is the form, and this is the model we have. We are done with the sidebar here. We have to do a couple of changes. Let's come here. Let's come back to the history and let's quickly build that. So let's write few codes in that. Okay, after that we're going to fix the sidebar. So let's import a couple of things from React. So we need to import the icons, and that's coming from MD, and we'll call it medium paid. Write the JSX. We'll take a div. It will have a class called tab pan fade, and it will have an ID called history. It will have a role called tab panel, and it will have an Arial labeled by history. It will have an index 0, and that looks good. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called main wrapper padding 0. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called fixed header. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called deflex align item center, and we'll have a gap 2 pixels. Inside that we'll assign a button, and it will have a class called nav bar toggle, and we'll have a D medium none, and we'll have a D block. Inside that we have to assign a couple of more property to our button. So we'll assign the button type, then we'll assign, come here, we already built that, so we have to simply copy that one. So we have to take all of this property, come here, and that's what we have to simply paste here. So here we have to do a little bit changes. So this looks pretty good. We have target, this one will call main nav bar nav, and this is the same thing we have to do, and the rest would be fine, so no problem here. Now we can take our icon, so we'll have a class called icon sax, and we'll have a data attribute to data icon, and we have to call text align justify. So that's the one we have. Now we can come here, we'll take a anchor tag, and we want to redirect to the home page. It will have a class called logo icon deflex dmedium none, and inside that we'll take our image. We have to get the logo, so we have to get into the csv/logo.csv, and we'll take a class called image fluid. I believe that you guys got familiar with the structure which we are following. Okay, so now let's take another one, and let's take h3, and we'll say history. Looks good. And let's come here, we'll take another, and this will be redirected to the home page, and we'll say premium bottom. We'll take data attribute to cursor, and we'll have this particular pointer. Take an icon, and we have to assign a class called icon sax, and we have to assign a data icon, and that's going to be called cron2. We come down, we'll take this icon called md paid, and it will have a class, so let's call it get premium inside a spam, and looks pretty good. So right now you can see everything's looking good, we have no issues. Here we have the chat, and here we have all the components. So we can come here, and here we have to do a couple of changes. So I stopped the recording, and I found that I made a little bit spelling mistake. So these are the changes you have to do. So instead of toggle el, we have to say le. I hope you guys have noticed this particular issue, so make sure to change this particular one in all the places. So let's try to find out. So here we have to do the changes. So in this chat page we have to do the changes in twice. So let's change this to li. So this is the change you have to do, and close this one, come back to the sidebar, and we have to do the changes here as well. This will be li, and this looks pretty good. No, we have only one here. Make sure to do this le sorry. We have le here in the sidebar, and we have to find out. Now we can come here, and we have this. So that's the changes we have to do in the chat bar on the sidebar. Now come back to the history, and here we have to do the changes. So here we have to say le, and rest would be fine. Close this one, and now we can come back here in the model, and let's find out, do we have to do the changes here? Okay, let me find out. No, we don't have anything in. Okay, I noticed this particular issue here. So we have provided this twice, so we have to say one aria. Come back here, and let's do the same thing in the other component. So I come back to the chat, and let's come back to the form we have here. So remove this and save it. That's the changes we have to do. Let's go to the sidebar, and we have to change here as well in the sidebar, and save it. So it looks good. That's the button, and here we have to do the changes. Instead of ds, we have to say bs. Yes, so this is the change. Now come back to the chat, and here we have to say bs, not ds, and save it. Come back to the sidebar, that's fine, and here we have to do in the history called bs and modem, and this model is fine. No changes need to be done here, but still this is not working. I have to see what's the problem I'm having. So let me pause it for a while, and let's try to find out that what error we have. Because of that, our components are not displaying. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So I hope you guys are enjoying this project. So this is where we left in the last video, so let's start working on it. So come back to the component, and here you can see that our application is working fine. So we had a couple of issues in the last video, and our sidebar was not working. So I fixed the issue. I found that I made a little mistakes, which I'm going to show you that what are the fix you have to do. You can see we have this dynamic data, and we have fixed this as well. So I'll show you that what are the changes you have to do in your code to make your sidebar work. So come back here in the chat, and go back to the first chat, and here we have to do the changes. So here we are in the chat component, And here I made this mistake. So this is the one. First you have to say tab index with small I, not a capital I. So that's the first change you have to do. So this is the first change. Now simply close this one and come back into the sidebar section, and here we have to do a lot of changes. So first you have to make this BS, not DS. So I made this DS, and because of that it was not working. So make sure to make it BS in all the places. So here I have done the changes BS and do all the places. So this is called BS. You can see I have written the keyword called change, and this one is also BS and BS and BS, and that's the only change you have to do here in the sidebar. Close this one and come back to the chat, and let me show you the text. So here you can see our sidebar is working absolutely fine. And now let's do this. Okay, you can see that here we say ask social media chatbot, and let's show that particular message. So if I scroll all the way down here, you can see that here we are displaying the free left. So earlier it was free /0, and all you have to do is to add this /5. So you will have that bracket, that 0 and 5 left. And here you have to do the one more change here, active. So right now here you have to say ft equal to the ask anything, then we have to say empty, otherwise we have to say ask, and you have to pass the active state and the text. So these are the changes you have to do, and that will work absolutely fine. You can see you can able to display all the name of the selected feature, and our sidebar is also working fine, and we can close. So make sure to do all of these changes, and your sidebar, the application will work absolutely fine. Close this one, and now we can start working on our history component. So this is where we left in the last video, and now we're going to start working on it. So what we can do, come here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called main section. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called container, card, and padding 0. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called card header. Inside that we'll take h3. It will have a class called text white, and in that we have to say detail history. In that we'll take the form. It will have a class called auth form, have a class called detail none, and we'll have the medium block. Remove this action. Inside that take a div. It will have a class called form group. Inside that we'll take our icon, and it will have a id, sorry, data. Icon is gonna be called search normal 2. Come here, we'll take a input field. It will have a class called form control, text is going to be, type is going to be search, and placeholder will say search here. Save it, and this is how it will look. You can see this is the detailed history, and we have this input field. Looks good. We'll take a div. It will have a class called card body, padding x small 4 pixels and 3 pixels. We'll take a UL. It will have a class called history section, and inside that we'll take our dynamic block. So we'll take a couple of array, and you can simply take your dynamic array, but I'm going to go with the hardcore data. We'll take a map. It will take the element I, and it's going to be instant return. So we'll take a li. It will have a class called, let's take a li, and let's assign a key, and we have to assign a class called, we'll say history main. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called history detail text. Then we have a text tranche, and we'll have an icon 6, and we'll have this data icon, and will be the message text. Come here, we'll take a div. It will have a p tag. We'll say what is app development. We'll take another p tag, and it will have a class called d small none and d inline block. Inside that we'll take our text 2 minutes ago. We'll display the timestamp, and we can come here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called history time, d medium flex, and d none. Let's come here and provide this space. Come here, and we'll take a ul. It will have a li, and in that we'll say chat, and here we'll display the time 2 minutes ago. and save it. And you can see we have all the question. You can simply feed the data from your contract, or you can take a data as an array and you can render that, but I will go with this hardcore data. Come here, our tabs are working fine. If you look at the responsiveness, so this is how it looks. We have to fix this icon as well, which we will do together. Just wait. You can see we can open and you can close. That looks pretty good. Come here, come to this, let's do the inspect element, and here we have all the components. You can see, so we have to work on the components. Click on that, let's do the inspect element, and let's try to click on that. Okay, it's not working, and this one is also not working, so we have to fix this as well. Come back to the transaction. If I do the inspect element, you can see this one is working fine, but our chat one is not working, and the rest components are looking fine. So we have to do a little bit changes. Come back here in the chat and looks good. Let's do one thing, let's work on the membership. We'll fix this little bugs later. Now what we can do, close this one, and we have to import couple of things. We have to import the icons, and that's coming from the React icons /md, and let's do the internal import, and we have to import our call context. We'll say use state context. We'll come here, and from that we'll get the, so we'll call it contract membership, and that will have all the memberships, and we'll call the buy membership function. So these are the two things we are getting from our context. Now let's create a function called const call membership, and in that we're going to call our buy function memberships, and it will say async membership id. Let's make it capital S, and inside that we can simply come here, we can take a variable const book membership, and we have to simply call our function buy membership, and we have to pass the id. In that way user can buy the membership. Now we can simply remove that one, and what we can do is we are here in the subscription, so we can do one thing. We'll take a div, it will have a class, but instead of writing, we have already built the structure. So let's assign a class table. So actually we have built this table classes. So what we can do, come back here in the history, and we have all of this HTML we have written. So we can simply take this entire one. Okay, so you can pick this. So we have this header, so we have this main section. So if I come back to the history, this is the one we have. We need the header as well. So what we can do is simply copy, not copy the entire one, come back here, and we have to copy the entire JSX part. Simply copy that one and come here, and that's what we have to simply paste here. And here we have to do the changes. So right now you can see our icon is not there, so we have to get our icon. So close this one, and we're gonna simply remove this one because we don't need our, still we are getting that error message, and here we have this issue. So simply do one thing, so we copy this one and we have to import the icon. So simply paste here and save it, and now you can see we have no issue. Now if you click on this membership, nothing is displaying. Okay, that's not good. This one is okay, this one okay, so no more error we have. And here we have to do the changes. So here you can see we are in the history, close that one, and here we have to simply change the id. So this will be called subscription, and this will display this particular component. Copy and paste here, and this will fix the issue. Save it, come back here, and if you come back to the membership, you can see here we have that membership. Now all we have to do is to change this data and render the component. Looks good, no issues we have. Now we have to do the changes in the text. So come here, change this to subscription. So that's our header section, and here we have to change this. So we'll say, let's call it something like choose period of plan, and that looks good. And now we can start working on our simply component. So we do need this form. You can, but I just want to remove this because I don't need this. Now it looks good. Now let's write the JSX. So we'll take a div, and we'll have a class header options d none t medium flex. We'll take a label, it will have a class called form label, then we'll have a text white. We'll remove this and we'll take a normal for. We'll take a for and we have to assign the name, so we'll say currency, and inside that we have to give the name. We'll say currency, save it. We'll come here and here we're going to take a selection. We'll take this select and we have to assign the class name and we call it for select form select, and we have to assign this area label. It's going to be our default select example, and we'll have this our id is going to be currency. So you can see we have this drop down currency and the box, and inside the select we have to display our options. We'll take this option, we'll have to assign the default value. So remove this one, this will say selected by default US dollar, and we'll give two more currency. So we'll take this option and we'll say one, and this will be euro. Then we have to simply replicate this, and this will be our yarn, and this will be 2. Save it, and that will display our option. Click on that and here you will have that. Looks pretty good. So this is the header section of our subscription. Now we have to work on the card components. So come here, we'll say card membership, and that will take a div. It will have a card body, then we'll have this pixels small 4 pixels, and we'll have this, we'll take a div. It will have a class called row, and we'll have a justify content center. Inside that we'll take our dynamic block and we'll take this contract membership, because the data will come from the contract and it will be stored in this variable. This is the one variable we are exporting for our index file from the context, and that's what we have to render. Membership, and we have to intensely return that one. We'll take a div. It will have a class first assign a class, then we have to assign a class called column XL 4, column medium 6, and we'll have this column 12. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a card called, it will have a class called card and inner card. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called card header. In that we'll take the image. It will have a class called image fluid, and we have to provide the source of the image, so it's coming from the asset folder, and we'll say pricing slash, and this one will going to be a dynamic one because we are displaying the 3 different pricing and 3 different icon. Now we have to take this template tutorial and we have to simply say membership equal, if membership with dash name equal to 1 month, then we have to display the different ones. So if I come back here in the index, let me show you what I'm talking about. So here in the membership, not here in the fetch data, we have this user membership and we have this contract membership. So that's what we're trying to render. So it's with a small, okay, copy that one, and that's what we have to simply render. If it's equal to the 1 month, then we have to display a different icon. So that's the logic we are building here. So let's quickly do the same thing for all that 3 plans. So we'll say if is equal to 1 month, then we have to display this weekly CSV file, and if it's equal to 6 months, so we'll say name equal to 6 month, then we have to display our different CSV icon. So we have to take this, come here, we'll take this and we'll say monthly CSV, else we have to say yearly CSV. So that's our dynamic images, and the rest would be fine. Now we can come here, we'll take a h4. It will have a class called text white, and we'll have margin bottom 0, and inside that we have to display the name of the membership. Then we can come here, and here we have to display the feature you want to provide. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called card body, and inside that we'll take a h3 and we'll display the name of the plan, name of the cost. So this is the one we are simply passing here, so the cost, and then we'll take a UL and we'll take a LI, and in that we have to display that what are things you're going to provide. So I will just say intelligent AI chatbot. It's totally up to you to highlight here that what you're going to provide. So simply replicate couple of times. So I will go with 5, not more than that, and simply come here, we'll take a button used to buy that. So we'll take select plan, and it will have an on click function, and we have to simply call the function we have created above. So this is the function we have call membership, and in that we have to pass the id. Save it. So simply copy that one and come here, and here we have to change this to small, and this one is also small. So that's the only thing we have to do here. So these are the one thing we have, and now we have to simply call select this plan. And now we can simply come here and we can simply display a short div. So we'll take a div, it will have a class called subscription, continue. Inside that we'll take a button, we'll say no select plan, and we'll say select plan. Inside that we'll say continue, and we'll have a href, and we'll display our small text message. We'll say continue with limited version. Save it, and if you reload the browser, you can see if you come back here, and here it's displaying. So we have this, we have the drop down, we have the continue, and right now we don't have the plans because we haven't deployed our contract, so that's why it's not displaying. But you can change this. So what I will do is I'll simply replicate this and comment this one, and for the timing let's take a hard-coded data, an array. So remove this one and take an array 1 2 3 and save it. And if you save, if you come back to the, and the rest would be fine, don't need to do anything in here. If you come here, you can see everything is working fine. So all we have to do is to actually pass the actual data in the components, and it will render. Okay, so we are done with this 3 component. Looks so far so good, no issue we have here. Now we have to come back here in the questions. This model component is also done. So only 2 components are left, help and the setting one. So simply do one thing, close this one, come back here, and now we have to work on our, let's say, help, and here we're going to simply start working. So let's come back here, looks pretty good. Now close this one. First we have to import couple of things. So we have to import the icon, which is a MD paid, and that's coming from react/MD, and we have to simply remove that one, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called, actually we have to have the same header component. Okay, so we come here and we have already built the structure. So come back to the history, and we have to get this entire one. Simply copy that one, come here, and that's what we have to simply paste here. And now we have to do the changes. So we have to change the ID. This will be help, this one will also help, so it will open our component. Save it, and now you can see if you click on this, working fine, and if you click on this question, it will open this history. And now we have to simply change this data. So what we can do, we can come here, we can change this to FAQ, and this will be also the main container. Simply remove that one, we don't need that. Save it, and here you can see that's how our FAQ section look. Now we're going to build this. So what we can do, simply come here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called FAQ section main section. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called container and card and padding 0. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called card header. Inside that we'll take a h3 and we'll say text white and title basic, and we'll have AOS in and AOS animate. Inside that we'll have to simply provide the data AOS, and that will call duration is going to be, let's say, 1000, and we have to add the delay as well, and the delay is going to be 100. Looks good. Come here, we'll take this FAQ. So that looks pretty good. Now we can simply come here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called card body, and we'll take the padding x small 4 pixels, then padding x 3 pixels. Then we'll take div. It will have a class called coordination, and it will have an ID called coordination panel stay open example. Inside that we'll take an array, and we have to simply loop over it, the same structure we are following here. So we'll take a div. We'll have a class called coordination items and AOS for init for the animations, and we'll say animate. It will have a data AOS, and we have to assign the fed up and copy this and paste it because we have to display the duration and the delay. So that looks good, and this will be a dynamic one. So this will be yi 1 plus I. Inside that we'll take a h2. It will have a class called nation header. Inside it will have an ID. We'll say panel style, not style, we have to say panel stay open heading 1, and inside that we have to simply come here, we need the button, so we need to find that. So where it is, come back here in the sidebar and simply get this button, copy that one, come here in the help section, and that's what we have to simply pass here. So inside this h2 we have to simply pass it, and here we have to do the changes. Remove the icon first, and here we have to remove a couple of things. So come here, we'll take this data cursor is gonna be a pointer, and we have to remove this class. This will call coordinate button, and this will be the same, and we can come here, we have to take this ID, and that's what we have to provide here. And the same thing we have to do for the control. So we'll say collapse 1, and we'll change this true, and this will copy and provide this to here, and we don't need this label, remove that. So that's the entire button we have. Inside that we'll say is the content unique. You can display as many questions as you want as a form of array, but this is what I'm going to render. Question is there. Now we have to display the answer. We can simply come here, we'll take a div. It will have a class connections collapse, and we'll have an ID, this, and past here. Then we can take this Arial label by, and we have to simply copy this heading and past here. Simply copy and simply open this one, and in that we'll take a div. It will have a class called body. In that we have to assign this p and take this some demo text. That looks good. On click when you are opening and closing the components, looks pretty good. So all the components are working fine. You can see this, we have that one, then this is the questions, this is the models, and now the only component we have left is the setting one. So this one is also looking good. So this is the only component is left. So close this one, and now we can start working on the last component on the setting. So we can take this, so come back here in the setting. Now we have to import couple of things. We need use state and use effect. Then we have to import our paid icon, that's coming from the react/md. Then we have to do the internal import. We'll say import, and that's coming from our context. We'll say use state context. We'll come here and we'll take a couple of variables. So we'll take this user. Now take another one, and this time we are getting some information from our context. So let's call the user membership. So this is the data we are exporting. So if you come back here in the context, open that one, you will find here we are simply splitting the entire data to our user member, and that's what we are simply using here. So we can display in the user account page, and that's the user information we have. Then we have to take a couple of state variables. Then we'll take a use effect, and in that we have to simply get the information from our local storage. So we'll say local storage get item. We'll say user detail, and this is the information we have to store in our user data. So what we have to first parse the data, and then we have to simply set the data to our user variable. So we'll say if object that name, if we have the object in the state in the local storage, then we have to update this if statement. So with this if statement, what we are doing, that we are checking that if parse object means user name is there in the local storage, means the user have created their account or he or she has bought any plan, then only we have to simply update our state variable. So that's the condition we have here, and then we have to simply pass the entire object, the updating the data from the local storage to our user variable. Now we have to simply build a couple of functions. So first we have to take let's say user state. We have to take a couple of variable, and this will say new, because when the user will update his data, we have to take that information and we have to update the user information. So we have to take the name. So first we'll check that whether the name is available in the local storage or not. Then we have the surname. Then we have the email. If email is there, then take the email, otherwise empty string. Then we'll take the password. If we have the password, then put that, otherwise empty string. And then we have the password confirm. So that's the simple condition we have built here. So first we have to check the data is available in the local storage. If it's available, then we have to simply set that. Otherwise, we're going to update this with a function. So come here, let's build a function called handle form field change, and in that we have to simply pass the field name and event, and this will simply set the user information. So we'll say set user. We have to deconstruct the array, and then we have to simply pass the field name e target dot value. So this will update the value. All we have to do is to call this particular function in the input field. Then come here, we'll take this update user, and user can call this function to store the data in the local storage. So we'll say const JSON object. First we have to say get the stringify the entire data. We'll take this user new. Then we have to simply set the data in the local storage by calling set item, and we have to provide the key. So this will be user detail, and this will be JSON object, and then we have to simply reload the browser. That's set. So this is the update user function. So if you come back here in the subscription, we have to get this entire div. Come here, and that's what we have to simply paste here as a JSX. And now we have to do the change in the ID. So this will call setting, and we have to pass here setting as well. Now if you come here, if you change the tabs, you can see here we are in the setting, and we have this. So we have to do the changes here. So we have to display the user information. So what we can do, let's change this to something like setting, and this will be same. And here we have this choose period, we'll say my account, and we can take this and remove this. Actually we don't need this, remove this one. This looks good. Now we have to remove this as well, and we have to remove this as well. The only thing we have left is this. And now if you simply come here, close this one, and you can see right now our account is looking pretty fine. No issues we have here. So simply come here. Inside this we have to take a div. It will have a class called my account. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called user detail. Then we'll take a div. We say user main. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have called user profile. Inside that we'll take an image, and we have to provide the source, and this is the image I want to take, the blockchain coder JPG, and it will have a class called image fluid, and save it. If you save that, things looks good. Now we have to take here icon. It will have a class, and we have to say data icon, and we have to provide the icon class. So we'll say camera, save it. Come here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called user option. Inside that we'll take a h4, and we'll display the user name. Again, this data is available in the local storage. From there we are fetching. Every time page will load, this data will fetch from the local storage, and it will be available in the form of object, and that's the data we are passing here. Then we'll take this para, and in that we'll display the user email ID. Save it. Come here, we'll take a form. It will have a class called msgr input area, and it will have a class called md0. We'll remove this action. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called row. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called column small 6, call 12. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a margin bottom 3, and we'll have this label. We'll take this form, and we have to assign a name, first name, and it will have a class called form label. Inside that we have to give the name, we'll call it first name. So simply come here, we have to take an input. It will have a class called msyear input, and type is going to be email. This will be id, first name, and it will have a placeholder. So the placeholder will display because the data is already available to us. So we'll say user name, and it will have a on change function, and the function we have built. So we'll say handle form field. In that we have to pass the name and we have to pass the event. So in that way the data would be updated in our state variable, and in that if a user wants to re-update the data, they can call the function and the data would be available. So it looks pretty good. So first, this is the first input field we have. Now all we have to do is to replicate this couple of times because we are displaying 3 times. Okay, name, email, and surname. So change this to last, and this will be the last as well. Copy that one, and that's what we have to pass here. And this will be surname. Change here, copy and paste, and here we have to do the changes. So this will be called email id, copy and paste here, and change it to email address, and here we'll say email and save it. And so this is the entire first section we have in our component. Now we can come here, we have to take the button. We'll take a div. It will have a class called footer. Inside that we'll take a div with class setting button. Inside that we'll take a button, and it will have a class called select plan. It will have an on click function, and in that we have to simply call our update user function. So that will update the data. We'll say update, and we'll have a one button for the cancel, just for showing. So we'll say cancel, and here we have to simply remove this one, and this one is not selected, so we have to use a different class on. So come here, we'll take a select plan, and we'll say bring it back. We'll say on, copy this one, we'll say on and select plan. So save it, and here you can see we have all the component, the hero section, the image, and the components looking absolutely fine. So far things are looking great, no issues we are having. We can simply come here, and now we can work on the other section. So this is the second component. So this is the first component. Now we have to build a component where we can display the user selected plan data. So if user have bought a plan, then we'll display this component, and this one is a dynamic one, otherwise we have to hide it. So we'll take a dynamic block. We'll say user memberships, means user membership is there, and user membership id not equal to 0, then we have to simply display this. So we'll take a div. It will have a class called container and padding 0. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called card header. Inside that we'll take a h3. It will have a text class called text white, and we'll display our message membership. Okay, that looks good, and that's good, but sticking to the up. So we'll say 2. So let's bring it back. We'll see what's the matter with that. So looking good. So let's come here. Now we have to simply put the components. So we have already built that one. So what I will do is, so this is the 3 one. Let's come here. Let's take a div. It will have a class called card body, and we'll have a pixels small 4 pixels x3. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called my account. Inside that, so I have already built this particular one. So let's have a look where we have built that. So here we have the form component. Here we have that my account. Simply copy, and that's what we have to simply paste here. So you can see it looks pretty good. Now we have to do a changes because we don't need the banner. Come here, and we have to simply remove this portion. So here we have the information. So this is the first, second, third, and we need 2 more. This is 4th, and this is the 5. Now we have to simply change the data. So we have this 5 where we can display the information about the plan, which user have bought it. So that looks good. Now simply reload the browser. We are not having any issue. You can see all the tabs are working absolutely fine. Pricing and setting. Now we can come here. Let's make a big, and now we have to do the changes. So you can see here we have main section, And here we have to assign a couple of classes to assign like couple of classes here. So first class we'll assign this d flex, and we'll say gap 4 pixels, and we'll say flex column, and that's the only thing you have to provide. And you can see we have this space from the top, the gap we have. Now this looks pretty good. All we have to do is to update this entire information in the input field. So what we can do is come back here in the my account, and here we have to change the information. So here we have this first name, we call it something like membership plan, and remove this on change function, and here we have to display the user membership plan which user have taken. If it's membership equal to 1, then we have to display the 1 month, but if membership ID is to 2, then we have to display the 6 month, but if it's 3, then we have to display the a year plan. So that's the simple logic we have. We'll say 1 year and save it, otherwise empty. So that looks pretty good, no issues we have here. You can see right out not displaying, but it will display when we'll have the actual data in our membership. And here we have to do the changes. This will call the membership cost, and here we have to remove this, copy this one, and here we have to display the same thing, copy, and this will be our 1 Matty if for 1 month ID is 1, 2 Matty, and this one is going to be 5. Then we have the email address. We have to simply remove this to ID, and we'll simply remove this one, and here we have to display the ID of the membership. So every single membership will have an ID, and that's the one we have to assign. Now we have this email address. This will call membership expire, so when the membership will expire, and here we have to display that information. We'll take this template data, we'll say membership dot expired. So expired, let's come back here and let's see what we have called. And if I come here we have this user memberships, and this is what I have called. This is the ID, this is the expire date. Copy that one, and that's what we have to simply say, not with capital D, small d. We got the expire, and else we have to display the empty string. Looks good. And here is same membership expire. Now we have to display the one more, which is the user address, the one who have taken the membership. We'll say address, remove this one, and here we have to display the user address user, copy, and simply paste it. And that's our membership component. Looks good. So now we can come here and we have to build take a div, and it will have a container called card padding 0, and that we have to take our card header. Inside that we'll take this 3, we'll say text white, and we'll say change password, and we'll take this card body. It will have a class called padding x small 4 and padding x 3. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a call my account, and inside that we have to simply display the form input. So come back here and we have to get that, simply copy and paste here, and now we have to simply remove. So right now we have this 5, we have to display 2 input field and button. So simply close this one, and let's close this and close, not this, this one, and we have to remove this 3 extra input field. So save it, and here we have this 2. Now we can simply change this to like change password or new password. This will call new password, and here we have to simply remove this one, and we'll pass the placeholder to, let's say, call new password. And the same thing we have to do for the other input field with the confirm password. So come here, close this one, and copy this one, because we have to update the password as well. So simply pass this on change function, and we have to say password, and that's what we are simply updating. Simply copy and come here and simply paste here and simply remove this one, and this will say confirm password, and we have to pass here confirm password. So simply we are updating our, and this will say confirm password. So now both the things are looking fine. Now we have to build the button so user can click and update the password. Take a div, it will have a class called card footer. We'll take a div, it will have a class called setting button. Inside that we'll take a button with a class called select plan, and it will have an on click function. Will say update user. In that we'll say update user, and we'll say password, copy and paste, and this will call the clear. Simply remove that one and remove this. We'll say cancel, and we'll say no selected plan. Save it, and if you come back here we have that. So things are looking fine, and this is the component we have built for the setting, so user can paste the address. And if I click on this update, the browser will reload, but come here and you can see okay, something's wrong, and you can see the data is not reflecting here. If we do the inspect element, we can see that what's went wrong. Let's come back to the local storage, and here the data is storing, but it's storing as an empty object. We have no information, so something's wrong in our local update data function. So reload the browser one more time, and again we have the same scenario here. All the components are opening, closing fine. Okay, all that is working. Come back in the, do the inspect element. Let's try one more time, and this one is also not working, and this one is also not working. So these are the two fixes we have to do. So close this one, and but these are the things are looking fine. So come back here and come back to the code. I was stuck for a while, close to half an hour, and I was trying to find out that what's problem we have, and finally I found the bug. So let me show you that I have fixed that bug and how you can fix that. So let's come back here, and you can see right now it's working. If you can click, you can open that one, and you can click on this and it will also open. So these are the fix which I will show you, and the function which allows us to update our information in the local storage. We had a problem in that, and these tabs are working fine. This looks good. We can tab and we can go to different places, but we have also a problem in this icon and the logo which is not displaying, which I will show you how you can fix that. So first thing, you have to come back here in the chat. In the same problem we have, instead of BS I type DS, so that's the change you have to do here. You can see BS, and come here, and here you can see here I have done the changes. It's BS, not DS. So this is the change you have to do here in the chat, and that will open the top menu. Now if you scroll the way down, we have to do the changes in our form element. So if I click on that, come back to the chat, and if I click on this one is opening. So for that we have to do the changes in the form component. Click on that, and here we have to do the changes. It's BS, not DS. So if you do all of these changes, your navigation will work fine, and you can open and you can close, you can tap. And this is the fix I have done in the history. Again, I will show you that what are the changes you have to do. So here I am in the history component. So make sure to comment this particular icon, remove this one, and here we have to paste our icon in the menu. So make sure first you have to import, and then you have to call the icon, and here you have to change the image name. So here we are using different image, so assets/csv logo/icon. So this is the name you have to give. It was logo only. So make sure to simply come here, do the changes here in the history component, and your icon will display fine. And here you have to change this particular class. So it's navbar, toggler, d, medium, none, and d block. So this is the class you have to provide to your button, and that's how the navigation menu would look like. But if you come back to the subscriptions, I haven't done the changes here, so you can see we have some issue here, and that's what I'm going to fix. So we have to do the exact thing we have done here in the history component. So what we can do is, first we have to change this particular image. Come back here in the subscription, open this one, and we have to change the image. So here it's only logo, we have to say logo/icon. So this will display the image. Now we have to display the you can see this is the changes. We have to change the icons in all the places. Now we have to come here in the model, we have done in the history, help, We have to do the changes in the help component as well. So make sure to change in all the places. So we have to change in the subscription setting and the help. You can see the image is displaying in all the three components. So if you go back to the history, it's there. If you go back to the subscription, it's there. But still we have a problem in the icon, which we're going to fix it. And help is also displaying the icon. So do one thing, we can come here in the history, and here from here we can do one thing, we can simply get the class. So first thing we have to do is to get this entire class. So this is the class name you have to get, because we made a mistake. Come back in the help component, and if you look at here we have the issue. So it's toggler, we forgot to add the R. Okay, let's bring it back and come here and simply copy this one, and we have to simply paste here. It's toggler, toggler, and that will fix the issue. And do the same thing from all the buttons in all the complete subscriptions, and we have to do the same thing in the setting as well. And this will display our color and the icon. Simply reload the browser, and here we are. Now click on this help. The icon is not displaying because we are not calling the icon. So here we have the icon. Come back to the history and simply grab this icon. But before we do that, we need the icon to import. So come back here and import in all the component. Do the same thing in the subscription and in the setting. And now we can simply call the icon component. So simply grab this one, come back to the help, and we have to simply remove this, paste here. Do the same thing in the subscription, remove this and paste here, and setting as well, remove it and paste here. If you save, you can see we have the icon displaying in all the components. It looks fine. Upgrades, settings, you can click and you can open, and that looks good. We have no issues so far. Things are looking beautiful. Okay, close this one, and that looks good. We have no issues. Now let's test this out. This is the issue we have in the last time. So if I do the inspect element, let's come back to the local storage. So this is where we left. Right now we have this empty object stored, and this will be stored every time the browser will load the information. Right now this user have not taken the plan, that's why it's empty, everything is 0. And this is the theme which you don't need to worry about that. And here we have this user detail which we have to update. So we can come back in the VS Code, and here you can see that. So whenever this page will reload, we'll try to fetch the information from the local storage, and we are setting in our user. But here you have to do the changes. So what I have found that this is absolutely fine. This is absolutely fine. So first we have to store the data in two places. One data from the local storage, and that will store as a user information. And we have to take another variable in that we have to store the data. So let me show you what I mean by that. So this is the data. The problem I had earlier, because I was calling this set user, but we don't need to call the set user. We have to call the set user new, because user try to update their information. Simply remove that, and that will fix the issue. And here you have to simply comment out this window location reload. And here we have to do the changes. So earlier it was in the small d, you have to make a capital D, user detail. So this is the one change you have to do. If you come back to the context, and here you have to do the same changes. So it will be user detail with a capital. So if you reload the browser, and if you go to this application right now, simply remove all of this information and come back to the settings. And now let's try to update the information. So let's say Daulat Hussain, and this will be the blockchain coder. If you click on that, you can see the data is got updated, but the password and the confirm password is nothing there. So we can simply update that as well. So we can come here and we can simply update the password. We'll say password 1234 1234, and simply click on the update password, and this will update the password. And that will be good. We have no issues so far. I hope you guys can appreciate. Things are looking pretty good. We have built the entire component. Now the only thing we have to do is we have to simply connect the functionality of our OpenAI, and user can start using our application. So that looks good. I have no issues so far. Things are looking good to me. And that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. I don't want to extend this video. In the next video, we're going to attach the functionality, and after that we're going to build our landing page, and that's going to be the last video. So hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. If you guys have encountered any error, make sure to rewatch the video, try to fix that, because you guys can see that everything is working fine from my end. So just try to rewatch and try to fix those all the small changes we have done. And with that, let's move to the next video. Hi everyone, hope all of you are doing great. So finally in this video we're going to test out all the feature and functionality we have included in our ChatGPT Web 3.0. So we have built all the component in our chat page, and now we're going to test that out. So before we test that, I want you to do a little bit changes in the code. So the very first thing we have to do is come back to the pages. Under the pages we have this chat page, because this is what we are working on, and here you have to import the script. So first thing, you have to import the script because we have built all the functionality, but if you don't connect the script, it's not going to work. So make sure to import the script, and this script is coming from the public folder. So this is the script we have built, and that's what we are importing. And this scripts allow us to make a call to our chat bot. So once you import the script, after that you have to come back to the script, simply open the script, and here we have to do a little bit changes, because when I was testing this code I found a little bit bugs, some spelling mistakes. So that's the rectification we're going to do here. So first thing, come here in the script which is inside the public folder, and make sure to give the exact spelling which I have given. Make sure to import the exact way. So make sure to pause the video and try to compare code. So the very first change you have to do in the loader section. So here you have to provide this dot. So earlier it was just like this, but you have to provide this dot because here we are looking for a dot, and after that we are creating a new line. So that's the thing you have to provide, and here you have to provide 4 dots, not 3 dots. So earlier we had only 3 dots, and because of that our loader was not working when I was testing locally. So make sure to provide this 4 dot. This is the 4 dot you have to provide, and this will be the same. So this is the first change you have to do in this loader function. Make sure to pause the video and try to compare code. So now once you're done with that, now come back here in this function type card. So simply compare your code, that is there any mistake you have committed. Here we don't need to do any changes. So first we are passing the element and the text. We are taking the index and we are simply rendering the component. This is fine. Here we have the generate ID. This is also fine. We are just taking the timestamp, creating the random number, and then we are assigning that to our element as an ID. So that's the fine generate ID. We don't need to do any changes, and here we have to do the changes. So here you can see, here we have the chat stripe, and the only change you have to do is here you have to provide this dynamic classes, because we have to change the class of our icon of our entire wrap element. So this is the dynamic HTML we are injecting once we are getting the response from our OpenAI, and then we are injecting that. So make sure to provide this class. So we have this class wrapper, but this is what we have to add. So if is AI is responding, then we have to add this particular class, otherwise we don't want to add it. So this is the exact thing you have to include. So make sure to pause and have a look. So once you're done with that, here you have to do one thing. So you can see we are calling this particular function. Make sure to check the spelling. So we don't need to do any changes here. So this is absolutely fine, and this is absolutely fine, and this looks good. We are passing this change. So earlier what I did, I by mistake I provided this comma, but it will be like this slash, because that's how you have to pass the data in a JSON format to our API. So make sure to do these changes here, and the rest would be fine. Now here we can see that here we have the clear interval, and here we have the message.div in HTML. So make sure to provide the space, and here we are simply interacting with our response, and we are passing the information to our chatbot, and here we are simply typing that. So this is for the AI, and now here you can see here we have built some custom logic to display the free trial. So that's the information we are storing in the local storage, so you don't need to do anything in here. So this would be fine, and if I open this else statement, you can see this is absolutely fine. We don't need to do anything here. So make sure to do all the changes, and you have to do one more changes. So here we have this, we have the add event lister on the submit. So when someone will type the text and hit enter, we are calling the function. So earlier what I did, I simply provided this, and because of that I was getting an error when I was testing. To make sure to remove this function and just call the function name, and this is absolutely fine. So this is all the changes you have to do here in the script file. Okay, so this is the changes you have to do. So again, I'm going to slowly drag it slowly so you guys can pause and compare your code. Again, compare your code. So that looks good. I hope you guys have compare your code and you guys have no issues in this. With that, let's move to the next component. So if I come here, now the second change we have to do is in here. So we have to go back to the component, and here we have the chat component. Inside the chat component, we have to go into the form. Click on that, and here we have to simply do a couple of changes. So the very first change we have to do is, by mistake I called the wrong button. It was I called M, but it's N. Okay, so this is the spelling mistake I done. I don't know why my Emmet is not working. I have to look at the extension that why it's not working, because when I'm typing the tag, it's not getting autocomplete. So that's the problem I'm having. So maybe I have to reinstall this particular VS Code. So this is the only change you have to do, and here you have to simply compare. We are comparing the address of the pro user with the current address, and we are simply taking this. So make sure to provide this particular one, not capital D. So here you can see, here I have written that earlier I had written this capital D, but if you come back here in the context, inside the context we have index, and here we have the information. So here we have the user information address, and this is the expired date with a small d. We have the cost, we have the membership ID, and that's the ID. So that's the check you have to do, and you have to compare with the current date. Okay, so that's the things looks good to me, and the rest will be fine. Make sure to do the changes. So right now you can see here we have the bug. It's called not BS, it's called DS, but we have to call BS. So remove it and we'll call BS. So then it will work fine. So save it. So that's the changes you have to do. So wherever we have used DS, make sure to change with BS. So that looks good, and let's have a look one more time, and the rest will be fine. And here we have to do the changes BS. You can see I have written this changes, and here you have to do the changes. So earlier what I did, I simply typed with a small, and because of that my click function and the enter function was not working. So make sure to provide this capital C, and that will fix your issue. So that looks good. We don't need to do any changes in here. So these are the two changes we have to do, and let's have a look at the chatting component. Do we have to do anything in here? So this would absolutely fine, and make sure to change this BS. All the changes you have to do, we have already done that. So things are looking pretty good. And now we can test this out. So let me close this one, and now let's start the application without the server. Okay, we have to start the server if we want to use that. So let's test this out. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this artifact, and I'm going to delete this cache. After that we have to simply do a couple of things. Cache, and after that simply open up your, now let me zoom a bit, and let's open up your terminal. So now we have to get into the server folder. So we'll say cd server server, and then we have to start our server, npm run vr server, and this will start our server on localhost 4000. That's the very first thing we have to do. Then simply split your terminal, and now let's deploy our contract. So now what I will do is I have to simply start my local blockchain. So simply get out of that. So we have to simply get out of the server folder, come to the main directory, the ChatGPT DApp folder, and now we have to start our local blockchain. So we'll type npx hard hat node, and this will start the application. So just wait. Here you can see it's give us 20 plus account. Now let's split the terminal, and now we have to simply deploy our contract. So now we have to simply deploy npx hard hat run, and we are deploying to the localhost. Hit enter, and it will generate the address of the contract. And here we have, and here we got the artifact. Here we have this. If you come back to the context, we already have an artifact. So if you can go with the old one, there is no problem in that, but let's drag and drop here, and things are look, our contract is deployed, and this is the address which is already there. So if you come back to the context, no matter when you will deploy your own first contract, this is the hard hat will generate the address. So we got our application deployed, and now we can simply start our application. So simply type, let's say clear terminal. I'll type npm run dev, hit enter, and this will start our application. So you can see we have no issues so far. Now what I want you come back here, and let me bring this down, and here I have committed this function. So let's comment out this. the function, so it will fetch all the information from our contract. And I haven't done any changes in here, so this is the entire thing. Here you can see that. Make sure to do this change. So earlier I had a small d, but it's a capital D, so that's what I have mentioned here. Then we can able to fetch the balance of our data. Then we can able to fetch the data of our expiry date, so it's a capital D because this is what we have assigned in our smart contract. So if we come back in the smart contract, you can see we have this capital D. So that's the thing you have to do. So that's the mistake I have done, so make sure to do this change, and the rest would be fine. We don't need to do anything in here, so the rest should be fine. So now we can simply come back to the browser and let's test this out. So we have this 5 out of 0. So if I show you the localhost, because right now we are storing the information in our localhost, so there is the information is there. So let me remove that one and this will work fine. Okay, we have 5/0, so we can use it as a free version. So you can simply type, like if you type something like write a LA letter for office. I don't know why I'm writing this same question over and over again, and here I will get the response. You can see I'm getting the response from our AI and it's working absolutely fine. And you can see here it's updated to 1. So everything is working fine. Everything is working fine. But if you come back to the pro, right now we have no information. So right now we're displaying this hard code plan, membership plan. So the free trial is working absolutely fine. You can see it's working absolutely fine. Now let's test this out. Okay, let's complete this entire free trial. Let's say hi ChatGPT, and where I am, I don't know what response it will give. Hi, and let's see what it will say. It's give me this particular code. I don't know why when you will ask this 1 or 2 line question, it's give this. And the last one is going to be tell me joke. Okay, my spelling is bad, so I'll say what is the fish say when it's hit the wall? Damn. Okay, you can see our free trial is over and now it's got disappeared. So if I reload, we can't able to use it. So now we have to take the subscription. So let's come back here. So here we are in the index page and you can see we are simply calling our function. So if you come back here, what I'm doing here is I'm just simply creating a first membership for one Matty for 1 month. So just save it and come back to the browser, and here you can see we have the button. Looks everything's fine. Now we can simply click on this. So if I click on this list membership, it's going to open the MetaMask, and here we are. This is the first membership we are creating. Click on this confirm, and here the transaction went through and we have created the very first memberships. Now come back to the code and let's create a second membership for the 3, and this will say 6 months. Save it and click on this list membership, and this is the second membership we are creating. Click on confirm and we have done the transaction. Let's come back here. Let's create the 5 and this will call 1 year and save it. Come back here and simply click on list membership, and here it's going to create the another one. So we have created the 3 memberships. Everything is working absolutely fine. We have no issues in our code. Now what we can do is come back here in the chat page and we'll say chat, and here we are in the chat page. Right now everything is working fine, and now we have to take the membership. So come back here in the pro one, and here you can see we have this 3 memberships. So this time I'm going to take this one. This is the most popular one, and I'm going to click on this circle, select this plan, and it's going to open the MetaMask, and here we are transferring the 3 Ether to this particular one. So click on this confirm, and the transaction went through, and you can see it's not come here. So you can simply reload the browser, and here we have the input field. So now user can search. So if I type how to become a chain developer and hit enter, and it's going to give you the response. It's searching and it will give you the response. So here it will give you the response, and right now you can see that you are the pro member, and As soon as you buy, you are in the pro member and you can easily able to use it. So this time I'm asking on the any section, you can select anyone and it will work absolutely fine. So let's see what advice it gives us. So far things are looking absolutely great. We have no issues in this one. And here we have the joining online community and attending local meetups. So this is the response we are getting. If you want to ask for a code, you can say, so I give solidity code example, and you can ask anything you want. So it's 100% working fine, and you can select all the tabs and you can ask your queries. So every single thing is working fine. Everything is working fine. Like, so if you come back here right now, you can see that we are into the pro member. So that's how you can use it. I hope you guys are enjoying this project and everything's looking fine to me. You can do the same thing. You can attach this functionality here as well, but I will leave that on you guys. I want you to connect the function we have created. So right now here we are promoting this 3 days. So let me do it for you guys. So here we have this entire component. Come back to the component in the chat, and here we have the model, and here we have the button. So we are promoting this one. All you have to do is in that simply call the function, have a on click function, and simply call the function we have and pass the ID. So let's come back here in the index, and here we have the functionality call subscription. So you can simply get it. So you can simply take that, copy that one, and you can come back to the model. You can come here in the model, and here you are in the models, and simply come here you want the model, and now come back here in the subscriptions and get it this one. Come here and simply call that. But here you have to keep one thing in mind, that you have to provide the right location. So let's remove this one, that slash, get out of that. Now we have to go to the context, and then we have to simply get it. So we are getting the functions, we have the function, and now all we have to do is simply call this one, and we can simply call this function right up here, and in that you have to pass the ID. So this time we're going to simply pass, let's say we are promoting the 3 matching, so we'll pass the ID 2, and in this way we can easily able to have the function. So user can come here. So let me reload the page, and user can simply click on that and they can take that one. We have no issues in that. Okay, so every single thing is working fine, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. In the next video we're going to start working on our home page. So this is the page on which we're going to work, and we're going to build in one video. After this particular home page, we're going to build the login functionality, and then we're done with this project. But the main focus we gave in this project in this, that how we can attach the memberships with the help of smart contract, and how we can restrict the users based on the free trial and the paid trial. So hope you guys have liked this project. Now let's move to the next video, and that we're going to build our home page. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have tested all the functionality of our ChatGPT. In this video we're going to work on our home page, the landing page. So here I am. You can see everything is looking pretty fine. Now what we have to do is come back to the pages, come to the index page, and right now we have nothing here. We're going to code the entire index page. So come back to the component, and first thing we have to do is come back here, and here we have all the component which we have to write. It's empty. So let's quickly import the component in the index file. So let's import the header. Then we have to import the footer component, and that's coming from the same directory. Now we have to import the hero section. Then we have to import the about. After that we have to import the about right. Then we have to import about third. Then we have to import the feature. After that we have to import the price. Then we have to import the info, and then we have to import the FAQ, and then the last one is testimonial. So this is the entire component we have, and now we have to simply export that. So we'll take this header, footer, hero section, about right, about third, price, feature, info, and we have the FAQ, and the last one is testimonial. So this is what we have done. We have simply imported all the component and we have exported from this particular file. So it would be easy for us to call this component wherever we want in our application. So close this one. Now we have to simply come back here in the index file and let's import all the components and let's build the architecture. So first we have to do a couple of internal import. We need use state and use effect. After that we have to import the internal component. So let's call the components, and that's coming from slash component slash home index. Then let's come here, go to the index, and here we have that. Simply copy this entire one, and that's what we have to simply paste here. So this is the entire component we have, and now what we'll do, we'll simply call the component. So before we do, we have to simply call our context, and this context is coming from the index, and we have to simply get the use context. Come here, and now we have to get the address, listing membership, and that's coming from the use context. So far everything's looking good, no issue we have. So we have imported the context and the components, and now we have to simply call this and remove this one. Inside that we're going to take this button, and let's add a on click function on that, and we have to simply call this function list membership, but we're going to simply hide it. So we'll call it list membership, and let's hide it for time being. So right now I'm just commenting this out because we're going to call this function when our contract is deployed and we have to set the membership. So for the time being, let's build the architecture. Let's hide this button. Now we have to simply call the component first header, then we'll take the hero section, then we'll take the service. Okay, we have forgot to import that one. So let's come back here, go to the, here we have the service, go to the index, simply import that service, and that's coming from the same directory. Export that one. Come back here, close this one, and we have to import, and now looks good. Now we have to call the other component. So about right, about third, feature, we'll have the price, we'll have the, let's say, FAQ, then we'll have the info, footer. So these are the components. Things look good. So this is the entire architecture we have built here in the index space, and that's the only thing we have to do here. And now we have to simply to check, let's open up your terminal and simply start the applications. So simply close this one, and here we have this index. Come here, and we have to simply comment this particular function because we have not deployed the contract. So if we try to start the application like this, it's going to throw an error and it will say that there is no information, there is no such contract. So it's better to hide it. So it's better to comment this one because this time we are focusing on the UI part. So just keep that, and let's start the application, npm run dev, and here we are. Come back at the browser, and everything's looking fine. You can see we have all the component, hero sections, all the services, all the components we have, and now we have to simply build the component one by one. So let's make it side by side so you guys can see that what we are working on and how it's going to look on the browser. So close this one, and now we have to do is we have to get on the header. So that's the first thing we have to work. So let's drag it. Looks good, no issue we have. Close this one, come back here in the component, go to the home section, let's go to the header, and now we have to start working on it. So first thing what we have to do is simply come here, we have to import couple of things, the icons. So let's come the hi, and we'll take this hi menu alt 3. We got our navigation. Let's do the internal import. We have to import the use context, that's coming from the context. Say context dot slash context, and we have got our context. Now we can simply come here and we have to get the address. So we'll take state variable. Now we have to get the address of our user from the context. So call our use state context, and now things are looking good, and now we can start working on it. So let's take a couple of variables. So we'll take this nav bar because we have to display the navigation menus. So we'll take a variable called const nav menu list, and it will be in a form of object. So it will have the class, it will have the name, and it will have the link. So let's give the name, we'll call it home. Let's call the link, and we have to take the class, the active class. So by default we're going to take this one, active. Simply cut and paste, And here you have to change the name, chat, and remove this one. And let's change this to about hash. This will be service hash, and this will not there. This will be the price. Remove this one, remove. Simply copy and paste one more time. And the last one is going to be contact. Looks fine. So this is the entire menu list we have. Close this one. And now we can start working on our JSX. So simply take a header tag. Let's take a button, and it will have a class called nav bar toggler and dxl none d inline navbar menu button. Again, if you guys really want to know that what classes I'm applying, you have the CSS classes, you have the CSS file. Simply go and have a look that what classes we are implementing, but I'm going to simply use them. So let's assign type is going to be a button, and it will have our data bs toggle, and we have to simply call the off canvas. Let's take a data bs, this will call target, and it will have the id call of primary menu. Then we'll take this span, it will have a class called navbar toggler icon, and inside that we have to display the icon we have taken. So our icon looks fine. Now we can come here, let's take a anchor, we go on to redirect to the home page. Then we'll take an image tag, it will have a class called image fluid, and we have to assign the source asset slash images slash logo csv, and we have to assign this logo. Here we have the logo, looks pretty good. Now what we can do is simply come here, we have to call this nav list, so we have to render our navigation. So come here, we'll take a nav, it will have a class called header nav middle. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called main navbar, it will have a class called navbar expanded excel, and navbar light, navbar sticky. So these are the classes I'm applying to this navigation because we want to make it stick. And inside that we have to take a div, it will have a class called off canvas, it will have a class called off canvas dash collapse, and it will have order excel to, it will have an id called primary menu. Looks good. Now okay, let's zoom out a little bit. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called off canvas header navbar shadow, and inside that we'll take a h5 and we'll say margin bottom 0, and in that we'll say back. Looks good. Then we'll have this button, it will have a class called btn close and lead. Inside that we have to assign a couple of properties. So type is going to be a button, then we'll add this data bs dismiss, and we'll say off canvas. We'll have a Arial label that's going to be close. So this is the property we have assigned. Now let's come here, we'll take a div, it will have a class called off canvas body. Inside that we'll take a ul, it will have a class called navbar nav. Inside that we'll take a dynamic block, and we're going to simply render our nav list. So it will take menu index, and inside that we'll take this li, it will have the class called, let's say, nav item, and this will be the menu style. So this one is our dynamic class which we are getting from the object. So and then we'll take a anchor, it will have a class called nav link. We don't want to redirect, we want to redirect because we have the link. So we'll say menu, so this will be menu dot style, and looks good. Now we'll take this and we'll say menu. So save it. Okay, nothing is happening, still there is nothing. Simply open up. Okay, that's weird, no, nothing is displaying. Maybe I have done something wrong. So come back in the code, and here I can simply come here, minimize that, make it side by side, so you can see what's went wrong. So there is something wrong. So Okay, let's come here, let's work on the other part. We'll take our anchor, it will have a button class and button theme and ds small inline block, and we'll have a block none. We don't want to redirect anywhere. Inside that, we're going to simply assign our data cursor, and it's going to be in a pointer. And inside that, I can take this span and it will say login now. So this is our button. Simply come here, we have to take a span and we have to simply provide a space. So we'll say new space, that's it. Now we have to take the second button. So here we're going to make it on dynamic. So if address is available, then we want to display this particular button. So we'll say on click, and you can create a function for disconnect. So that's the function we're going to attach here, and it will have a data cursor. It's going to be a pointer, and we'll say, let's say, assign a class called bt. So here we have the class, simply copy, and that's what we can paste here. Okay, I'm getting this error, so simply copy this class and paste here. And I know why I'm getting this error, because here we have to simply provide the next else statement. So we'll say else we want to do empty. So that looks good. So in here we'll take a span and it will have a call disconnect. Copy and paste here, and here we have to do the changes. It will say connect, and the rest should be fine, no issues we have. So this looks good. Come here, check in the big screen. So we have this button, but they are separate, very far from each other, and our navigation is not displaying at all. So let's try to see what wrong I have done. So this is the menu list we have. Now I can come here. So this is the change you have to do. It's called header, not HADER. I missed the E. So if I remove the E, you can see it's not displaying. But if I provide that, that's the one fix you have to do. And here you have to do in the menu list. So here I hope you guys have noticed this particular error. So it's name, not menu. Then it will display the name. And here we have to do the changes, one more changes. You can see here we have that. So here it say theme, not THEM. So make sure to change this THEME, theme. I wrote THEM. Because of that, our button was not taking the styling. So if you provide this, the button looks fine. And these are the changes you have to do. Looks good to me. Now save it, come here. You can see we have all of this. And we have the buttons. This also look good. If you click on that, it's okay. That's the one problem we have. So it's why it's redirecting. Okay, here is the change. You have to give the link, not the style. Sorry, my bad. So link, and that will fix the issue. So that's the only changes you have to do. Hope you guys have noticed this error. So we can redirect into the chat page, which we have built in the last video. So things are looking good. No issues we have so far. So this is the entire header component we have. Looks good. Simply close this one, come here. Now we have to work on the other component, which is a hero section, and let's make it side by side so we can see what's going on. Bring this side. You can see it's 100% responsive. So now what we have to do is we have to import couple of things. So first we have to import the icon, far video and far star, and that's coming from React/FS. Come here, and we have to simply remove this one. Take a section, and let's assign a class called home section. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class row. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class called column 12. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called home content. Then we'll take a div. It will have a class called bg effect. In that we'll take an image. It will have a class called image fluid, and it will have a class called bg zip. Let's provide the image slash home bg, and that's a zip file. Simply remove this one and zip file. So looks good. Right now it's not displaying because we have 4 different images for the responsiveness. So just code along with me. Simply replicate this 3 times, and we have to do the changes. So first changes we have to do in the images. So this will be 1 png, and we have to change the class effect 2, and this will be the rotate effect. This will be 1 and this will be 2. Looks good. So this is the images we have, and simply change this image to 2 and it's svg. So we got our images. Let's come down. We'll come here, we'll take a div. Inside that we'll take h1, we'll say use mega bot, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called title effect, and in that we'll take the image and we'll display the image, the box image, which we have inside the title effect png. So it looks good. Now we'll come here, we'll display the text your life. So let's make it capital, and here we have to simply take a span. So this is the images which is not displaying because we have hidden on the mobile device. So let's come here, we can take a span, and in that we'll display the image. So we'll say text simplify. So that's how it will look on the mobile device, and that's how it looks. Let's make it on a big screen. You can see it looks beautiful. This is how it will look on a desktop. Nice effects we have, and we have a different in a mobile device. So let's format and make it side by side, and that's how it will look, and this is how it will look on the phone. Now what we can do, simply come here, we'll take a p, let's take some dummy text, and let's come here, we'll take a anchor, it will have a star link, remove this one, and we'll say data cursor, and that's equal to a pointer. In that we have to display our message. So we'll display this fab icon, the star, so fab video, and we can display our text start free trial. That's how it will look. Now we can simply come here, we'll take a div, it will have a class called hero laptop pixels medium 0 and padding x3. It will have a div, it will have a class called laptop section position relative. Then we'll have a div, it will have a class called hand section. Inside that we'll take an image, we'll say assets slash image slash home, and inside that we have this hand png image, and it will have the class called image fluid, and we'll have a left hand. Let's assign alts and simply do one thing, simply copy this one and replicate 3 times, actually 4 times, and here we have to do the changes in the classes. So this will be the right hand, so we have the left and right, and what we have to do here, come here, and here we have to simply change this to left finger, and this will be the right finger, and this will be the image called finger, copy, and that's what we have to do here. So make sure to do these changes. So this one is for the hand, left hand, right hand, and left finger, right finger. Save it. Now simply come here, we'll take this image, it will have a class called image fluid, we'll have a laptop image, let's provide the assets image, and that's we have in the home laptop png, and that's how it will look on a mobile device. So looks good, and let's assign an all called laptop. Now what we can do is simply come here, we'll take a div, it will have a class called home info. Inside that we'll take this ul, it will have a class called info list. In that we'll take this li, it will have the ask anything, and we have to display 3. So this will be the translate anything, and let's change this to generate anything. You can display anything you want. Now we can come here and we can display our star. So we'll take a ul star rating, and in that we take this default array, and we'll simply render our icon 5 times. So we'll take a li, it will have this fast star, and you can see our stars are displaying. You can display as many stars as you want. Now we can come here, we'll take a h4, and it will display this text. So remove this one, and now it looks good. So this is the entire home page. So this is the entire hero section. You can see it looks pretty good. This is the first section, this one is looking, and this one is the image on the desktop. If you looks good, come back here, and now we can start working on a different component. So what we have to do is simply come here and close this one, and we have to go on the other. So let's come back here. Now we have to work on the service one. So go to this, go to the home. Now we have to click on service, and this is the one we have to work. So let's make it side by side so we can see what we are exactly working on. Come on, what happened? click on this, and let's make it side by side. Click on this and bring it here. So that's how it will look on a small screen. Looks pretty good. We are removing the hands in the small screens. Now we have to import couple of things. So we'll import the icon, which is bs arrow up right, and that's coming from react/bs. Then we can come here, we'll take a variable called feature, and here we have to take some dummy text because we have to highlight the features, the services. So we'll take this object, it will have the title called copyright, it will have the description. You can display your descriptions, but I will go with this dummy one, and I will simply double code and I'm going to remove few lines. That's the description. Now we have to come here, we have to take the image. So this is the default image, we're going to have it. So we'll say service title.csv, then we'll have the icon, and it's going to be an array because we're going to have two different images, one for the outline and the other one is for the bold. So let's take this icon, we'll take this copy.csv, and we have to take the styles, and we'll say outline icon. Okay, I made a mistake, so I have to take an object, not straight away like this, and simply cut and paste and touch it. So this is the first one, and I have to simply replicate this for the bold. So I'll say bold, and I have to change the class as well. This will be bold. So this is the first feature service we are providing. So what we have to do is simply copy this one and replicate 4 times. I just take more times. Okay, so close this one, and this will be the digital marketing. You can highlight your, and this will be the same. Here we have to do the changes only in the icon. So this will be, let's say, graph. So that's the only change you have to do. Close this one, and now let's remove this to SEO space list. So this is what I have in the design, and this will be in the search. Close this one, and this is the last one. So this will be our content marketer, and this will be called text. Simply close this one and remove this extra. I don't know why I copied this. So this is the 4 features we are providing, and now we're going to utilize that one. So simply come here, we'll take a class, it will have called service section sections b space, and inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called container. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called row g5. Then we'll have a div, it will have a class called call large 6. Then we'll take a div, it will have a class called row g4 and service row. Inside that we'll take our feature, and we're going to simply loop over it. So we'll say feature I, and we have to instant return. So we'll take a div, and it will have a key. Then we'll have a class called, let's say, column small 6, and then we'll take a div, it will have a class called service dash block. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called service icon, and we have to simply render our icon. So we'll take this featured icons map icon index, and we have to simply display that. So we'll take an image, and it will have a key, it will have our image. So we'll take this dynamic, the template tutorial, and we have to get into the folder csv/service, and we have to render our dynamic icons. So that's what we are getting from the features. You can see the icons are displaying. Right now they are in the bold, but we have to display the outline, and on over effect we have to change the styling. So let's take the CSS class, we'll take this class, and let's come here, we'll take a class called we'll take this template tutorial, we'll say image fluid, and this is the dynamic one. So outline icon, and we'll take this, we'll say icon dot style, and this will display the outline of the icon. So if you open that, you can see this is how it will look. So our image is looking good. Now we can come here, we can take a div, it will have a class called service content. Inside that we'll take this h3 image asset/csv service title svg, and we'll have a class called image fluid. Looks good, we got the image. Now what we have to do, come here, we have to take this The feature title we have to display, and we have to display the description. So we'll take this para, we'll say feature description. So that's how it will look, pretty beautiful. So that looks good to me. Now what we can do, simply come here and we have to take a div. It will have a class called column large 6. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called service info. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have another div. It will have a class called title, and in that we have to display this h2, and we'll say for all kind of creators. So save it. That's how it will look, our down portion. Now we can take this h3 and we can take this some dummy text, remove this one cup. Looks good. Now we can come here, we take a p and we'll have this, simply remove the text, add couple of, and now we can come here, we'll take a anchor. It will have a class called button arrow. We don't want to redirect anywhere. We'll take this data cursor. It's gonna be a pointer. That's a pointer we have. Now we'll display the text. So we'll say take div. It will have a class called arrow. Inside that we'll display our icon we have. So that's how our icon would look like. Now come here, we'll take a view all text. So that's the entire component we have written. Let's open on the big screen and you can see it looks beautiful. This is the hero section, the image, and this is the feature section. Nice over effect we are getting on the components, and this is also moving. So this looks pretty good. You can add your text. These are the dummy text I'm adding. So now let's make it side by side and let's start working on the other component. Close this one, come here, go to the index, and now we have to work on the about. Click on that and let's make it side by side so we can see what we are exactly working on. So looks good. Now come here, this is what we have here. So about, so first thing what we have to do is we have to simply come here, we'll take a variable called list data because we have to render the list. So let's take the description and we'll take object and it will have a description. So alarm spawn, and we have to wrap in double quotes and remove few lines, and that's the only thing. Simply replicate it a couple of times. So 3 description we're going to have it. Now take a section. It will have a class called, let's say, about section b space, and the last one is going to be section medium space. Inside that we'll take this div. It will have a class called bg effect, and we'll have a div. It will have a container class. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called row g medium 5, and we'll have a g4. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called column large 6, and we'll have a ordered large, and this will be 0, and order 1. Inside that you can see the styling is taking place. Now we can do one thing. We can come here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called about content, and inside that we'll take a div, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called title, and we have to display the text in the span. So we'll say number pattern, and it's going to be 0 1. So that's how the number display, you can see. Now we can simply come here, we'll take this h2 and we'll take a class called text white, and we'll display the title. So simply remove the few lines, and that's how it will look. Now we can come here, we'll take this p and we'll display the text. So add couple of lines. So that's how it will look. Remove this few. Now come here, we'll take a ul and we'll take this, the dynamic data we have, and we have to simply render those. So take this list icon and we have to make it instant return. So we'll take a li and it will have a key. Inside that we'll take an image and we'll say asset slash svg slash tick. So we have the tick icons. Now we have to simply display the text. So sorry, the description. So we'll say list.description. So here we have that one. So that's the components. Looks pretty good. Now we can come here, we can display the other half of the component, the image. We'll take a div. It will have a column large 6. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called about image, and that will take the image assets slash csv slash character, and we have the image one. You can see the image is displaying. Let's assign a all, and we'll have a class called image fluid. Looks good. Let's see on the big screen. Perfect. That looks good. And here we have the one. So this is the first section, and now we can simply replicate this section twice. So what we can do is, this is what we have here in the about. Let's come here. Let's go to the about right, and we have a similar styling here. So simply do one thing. Simply grab this one, come here, and we have to simply paste here first. Save it, come back here, get this demo data, and that's what we have to simply paste here. And now we have to do a little bit changes here. So this is the description and data. Let's do the same thing for the third. So paste the data, and we have to get this one as well. Copy and simply paste here. So this is the third one. So if I come down here and scroll, so this is the first, second, and third. We have all the three line, but we have to do a little bit changes because they are different in styling. So close this one, come back here in the about. This is the third we have. Close this one, come back to the about right, and here the changes we have to do is in the first class, in the section class. So if I scroll down here, so here we have this class called section B space. So this is the one, and here we have this section MD space. So first let's assign this class called right version. So if you save and come back to the browser, you can see the entire div moved to the right section. Looks good, but there it's not there, the space is not there. So here we have to provide a space. So first this one is good, and here it's MB, not MT, sorry, margin bottom. So this will give us the space in the container. You can see we have the space here. Now we have to do the same thing in the about container here. So this one is not having any space, we have to assign that. So come back here, go back to the about, and this will be called MB. So do this change and save it, then we'll have the space here as well. This one is the 1, and this one is the 2, and this one is the 3. Looks good. Now we can come here in the about right, and here we have to do the changes of the image alignment. So first image will come, and then the information will come. So what I can see here, so we have this section medium G4, and we have this. First remove this one because we don't need this. So this is the one we have, column large 6, and if I simply, so this is the one we have, column large 6, about container, and then we have the title, and we have the number pattern. So simply come here, we have to get this particular image because we have to display the image first. Simply cut this one, and that's what we have to place here. So this is the one we have a row, and that's where we have to simply paste. So simply bring it down and paste here. So, and the rest should be fine. And here you have to change the image to 2 and save it. So this is the change you have to do, and the rest would be fine. So we don't need to do any changes, just change this to 2, and you can change your text from your end. So that looks pretty good, and this will be the same. And now you can see that we have different images and the stylings are different, and this one is 2. Looks good. And this one is 1. Let's do the same thing for this one, and from the 3 1. So come back to the, close all of this, open tabs, and come back to the about third, and here we have to simply what we can do is, here we don't need to do any changes in the alignment. The only changes we have to do here in the, we don't need to provide the space. So simply remove this one, we don't need that, and we need this, and the rest would be fine. I don't think we have to make any changes. We have to only change the images, so just change this to 3, and that's what the structure it will follow. And you can see it looks pretty good. So change this to 3, save it, and here we have that one. So all the 3 component about the about sections are looking pretty good. If you check the responsiveness on the mobile device, it's absolutely great. No issues we have. All the components are displaying absolutely fine, and here we have that displaying one another after. So if you check that, looks good, and close this one, come here, and now we can start working on the next component. So this one is the feature component. So click on that. Let's make it side by side so you guys can see that what we are working on exactly. Okay, bring it back, make it side, click on that, drag here, and let's bring all the way down, and now we can start working on it. Close this one. And what we have to do is we have to import a couple of things. So we need the icon, so we'll need this bs box arrow right, and that's coming from bs. Then we have to come here, we'll take this items, and in that we're going to have a couple of data. So we already have the data, so simply come back in the service, and this is what we need. Simply grab this one. We have to do a minor changes in that, but the structure is going to be the same. Paste here. So you can see we have the title, description. So first we're going to change the title. This will say code generator, and we don't need to have the image, we'll have the description, and this will be the code. So this is the first change you have to do. This is the second change. Let's change this to SEO export, remove this one, and we have to change the icon. So this will be called play, and this will be our Insta caption. Remove this one, and this will be called Insta. Close this one, and here we have to remove this, and this will be called email generator, and this will be the called mail. So save it. Now simply replicate it, and this will call the hash generator writer, and here we have to change the icon called hash tag. Provide a h. Let's copy and paste, and this will call our e-commerce. This will be the box. Copy and paste. This will be ad and marketing, and this will be the, let's say, marketing. So looks good. Copy and paste the final time, and this time we're going to simply convert it to YouTube, and we'll display the same icon because I don't have the icon for the YouTube. So let's simply copy. So these are the data we have. Hope you guys have followed that. Now we're going to start working on the JSX part. So simply remove this. We'll take a section, and it will have a class called features section b space. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class called bg effect. In that we'll take an image. It will have a class called image fluid feature left, and let's provide an asset. So we'll go to the image folder. Inside the image we have the feature slash feature zip. Copy, and we have to replicate it couple of times, and here we have to do the changes. This will be the right one, and here we have to say bg, and this will be the bg zip actually. So let's come here. This will be the feature bg, and it's png, not zip, and here is fine. So come here, we'll take a span, and it will say class round effect, and here you get the lightings. Now we can come here, we'll take a div. It will have a container class. Then we'll take a div. It will have a title basic. Inside that we'll take a h2 call, take the dummy text, and we can simply come here, we'll take a div. It will have a class called swiper feature slider. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class called swiper wrapper, and that will take a div. It will have a class called swiper slider. In that will take a div. It will have a row, and we'll have a gxl5 g4, and in that we'll take our dynamic content. So we'll take this item map, item index, and we have to do instant return. So we'll take a, let's take a div. It will have a class called column xl3 and column large 4, column small 6. In that we'll take a div. It will have a feature box. Inside that we'll take a div. It will have a feature dash top, and then we have to take a div. It will have a class called feature icon. Inside that we'll take the icons, and we have to simply render our icons. So we can come here, we'll take an image. Let's provide a source. We have to get into the dynamic one. So we take this template tutorial, let's take this SVG feature, and we have to display the icons. Okay, let's bring it back icon, and here we have the icon. Looks good. Now we can assign a class. We'll take the image fluid, and we'll take our dynamic class. We'll call it icon style, and here we are. Now we have to assign a all tag. Looks pretty good, no issues we have here. Now we can come here, we'll take a h3. we'll display the title, and we can come here, we'll take a h4 and we can display the description. So looks good. And we have to display this icon as well, so we'll take this link overflow. It will have a data cursor pointer. Inside that, we'll take an anchor and we'll say read, okay, not here, read more, and we can display our icon. So that's how it will look. Beautiful. If I make on the big screen, that's absolutely great. Nice over effect we are getting in all the component. You can display as many component as you want, and nice effects we have here. So this looks good. All the things are looking absolutely beautiful. Nice over effect. I hope you guys are following me. So let's come here. We are done with this feature section. Now we have to go in the pricing section, and now looks good. Let's make it side by side. So let's click on that, click here, click on this, and let's select this one, drag a bit here. So we're done with that. Now let's work on the server. So we'll take a variable called price table, and we are displaying three different type of pricing. So we're going to take as form of object. So we'll take a title. This will call weekly plan. You can take monthly plan. We'll display the price. So the price is going to be, let's say, 1 matty for 1 month. Then we'll select this item, and this will call, let's say, icon arrow, and we'll display the item. So we'll say intelligent AI chatbot. Simply bring this double quotes and simply replicate it couple of time. And if you want, you can go with the same text, but the arrow would be the same. Let's change this one. We'll say unlimited answer of questions. This will be, let's say, avoid buying coins forever, and this will be no ad in background, and this one will be called early access to new feature, and remove this extra one. So we have this first table. Simply copy and paste here and change this to monthly plan, and remove this extra, copy this and paste here, and this will call 15 plus new category. This will be Y, and we want to charge at least, let's say, 3 Madicoin. Simply copy and paste. And this is the third plan we have. So we'll say lifetime plan, and we are charging 5. So the rest would be fine. So these are the table data we have, and this is the data we want to render. So simply come here, remove this one. We'll take a section. It will have a class called pricing section dash b space. Inside that, we'll take this div. It will have a container class, and let's container class. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called title horizontal. In that, we'll take this h2, and we have to display our title. Remove this one. Then we can come here, we'll take a p, we'll display our dummy text. Then we can come here, we'll take a div. It will have a row dot rising row, and excel 5, and we'll have excel 4 justify content center. So these are the classes we have to assign: row, pricing row, class, justify content centers. Then we have to simply render our data. So we'll take this pricing index, and we can say take this div. It will have a key. Then we'll take a class called column large 4, column medium 6. Inside that, we'll take a div. It will have a class called pricing box. In that, we have to take the image fluid class, and we have to add this heading class, and we have to provide the image. So we have that in the headings.csv. So that looks good, and that's good. Now what we have to do is, so simply come here, and we have to take a div. It will have a class called pricing top. Remove that div, pricing top. In that, we'll take the image fluid, and we'll take this pricing bg. Let's provide the source slash image pricing top. Save it. So the images are broken. It's svg. Looks good. So we have the images. Okay, now simply replicate, and we have to change it. So here we have to do the changes. So remove that one, you can see the image is displaying, and here we have this, remove this to weekly. So that's the icon we have here. And we can come here, we'll take this h3 and we can display the pricing title, the plan title. And now we can come here, we'll take a div, it will have a pricing medium class, and we'll take a div, it will have a class called clip path content. In that we'll take a div, it will have a h2 and display the price, and we'll take another h3 and here we'll say only. Now we can simply come here, we'll take a div, it will have a class called pricing content. It will, inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class called clip path content, and in that we'll take this UL, we'll take this price item map, and we have to simply render the list, and we have to make it instant return. So in that we'll take this li, and we can come here, we'll take this image fluid class we have to assign, and then we have to assign the source, and that we have to assign this /csv/arrow.csv. so that's how it will look, pretty good, arrow. And now we can display our text. So we'll take this h4, we'll say this list dot items, and this will display our text. Pretty beautiful, you can see how beautiful it looks. Come here, now we can display our anchor. We'll say have a class called price link, we don't want to redirect anywhere, and we'll say data cursor, and it's going to be a pointer. Save it, looks good. And let's type this choose plan, and here we are. Nice. Close this one, make it on build screen, and here it looks good. So this is the popular plan, and that's how it will look. You can make this title short, and here we have this extra one, so I just want to remove one from the third plan. So come here, go to this and simply remove this last one. So I want to highlight the center plan. Okay, all the plans are displaying, and so far all the components are looking good, all the animations and the structures are looking absolutely great. So gradually the entire landing page is getting shape. Now we are done with this, close this one, and now we have to work on this FAQ. Click on that, and we have to start working on this particular component. So make it side by side so we can see what we are exactly working on. And now what we have to do is simply remove this one, take a section, it will have a class called for section, and that will take a div, it will have a container class. Inside that will take a div, it will have a title class, title basics, and that will take this h2, we'll say text white, and that will display our text. So simply remove this one, that's how it will look. Let's make it short, and that's perfect. Now we can simply come here, and what we can do is we can simply take a div, it will have a class called accordion, and accordion will have the id accordion panel stay open example. Inside that we'll take this dummy data array, and we have to simply loop, and we have to simply render the box. So it will have a key i+1, and it will have a class called coordinate item, and you can see the box are displaying, and simply we have to render the h2, and we'll say header. Inside it will have an id called panel stay open heading. So let's make heading, and so we can come here, we need the button, simply come back here in the chatting, and we have already built the button, so we simply grab this entire button, and that's what we're going to simply call here. So come here, and that's what we have to paste, but here we have to do a couple of changes. So remove this one, And here we don't need these classes. So first thing, we have to take this data cursor. It's going to be pointer cursor pointer, and we have to remove this one, and we have this accordion button, and we have to change this one. So simply do one thing, copy this one, paste here, and this will call the collapse one. Simply copy and paste here. This one is, and we have this to true, and we don't need this one, area label, remove that one, and looks good. Now we can take this called is the content unique, though that's how it will look. Again, you can do the same thing, you can take an array and you can render the different questions and answer, but I just leave it on you guys. So I'll come here, we'll take a div, it will have this coordinate collapse, and we'll have this collapse one. Inside then it will have an ID, so this is the ID we have to pass, copy and paste. Looks good. Now we can take this Arial labeled, and this is the one we have to pass, copy and paste here, and I think we have to do the changes. It's say label heading 1, so this is the one, and here we have to do the changes as well. It's 1, copy, and that's the, you can simply pass. So let's come here, take a div, it will have a class called coordinate body, and that we'll take this lorem spawn, so the dummy text, and we can simply provide this one. Looks good. So if you want to make it dynamic, all you have to do is to change this heading 1, and you can see that's how it will look on our desktop. It's opening, beautiful, all the components are opening. Again, you can make this entire component dynamic. You can take an array and you can simply fit the data from there. So things are looking good. We are done with this FAQ. Now we have to work on the info. Let's make it side by side. Import couple of things. So we need the BS arrow clock, then we have to take a section. It will have a class called info section b space, and that will take a div. It will have a container class, then we'll take a div. It will have a class called info box. We'll take this data os, and we'll say fade in, we'll say data aos duration 1000, and we'll have this data aos delay, and this will call 100. So that's the one we have. Now take a div. It will have a head effect, d medium block, and d none. Inside that we'll take this image. It will have an image fluid class, and we'll have this left hand. Let's provide the asset. We have to get into the CSV, and then we have to take the hand image. So that looks good. Simply copy and replicate one more time, and this will be called right, and look good. Now what we can do, come here, we can simply take a h2 and we'll say read to, and here we have to provide the styling. So we'll take a span and we'll say, let's say move, and we'll take the image, and that will display the image. So we have to get into the CSV file, and we have to display our title effect CSV icon, and we'll take this image fluid class and save it. Beautiful. Now we have to simply take this message, let's say ahead. So you can see here it looks good. So here we have this, you can see read move ahead, looks good. Now we can take a p tag, and here we have the dummy text. Simply add couple of more. Come here, we'll take this ul, and we'll take this li. It will have an image, so we have to assign the image fluid class, and let's assign the source csv tick, and we have that one tick, and now we'll say tick, and let's assign the text. So we'll say free image for lifetime, and we can simply replicate this couple of times. So simply replicate 3 times. Looks good. Now this will be our get detail on any topic. This will be quick advisor to help you, and the last one is 15 plus category and to explore. So that looks good. Our info component. Come here, we'll take this anchor and we'll have a call beating arrow class, and we don't want to redirect anywhere, and let's assign a data cursor to be a pointer, and inside that we'll display the text. So we'll take a div, it will have an icon, and first we'll display this BS arrow clockwise and we'll display our text contact us now. So now cut here and simply paste here, and that will fix the issue. So this is the entire info component we have. That's how it will look on a desktop. You can see nice over effect we have, and this is the entire animation is working fine. If you bring it down, you can see that looks absolutely beautiful. So close this one, and now we have the last component, which is a footer. So let's quickly work on it. Let's make it side by side so we can see what we are exactly working on. Let's drag here, and now let's work on it. So first thing what we have to do is we can start working straight away on the component. So remove this one, take a footer. Inside that we'll have a div, it will have a class called container. Then we'll have a div, it will have a footer row class, and we'll have a div, it will call footer main. Inside that we'll take this anchor, it will have a class called footer logo, and we can simply take the image and we'll say image fluid. Let's assign the class. We have to display the logo. Then we can simply come here, we can take this h1 h3 and we'll say subscribe to our newsletter. That's there. Now we can come here, we'll take a form, we have to remove the actions. Inside that we'll take a div, it will have an input group, and that we'll take this input form control class. This will say email, and we'll have an id called example form control input. Looks good. Now we can take this placeholder, we'll say enter your mail, and I hope you guys can see down below. Now we can come here, we'll take this anchor, it will have a btn basic class, and we'll don't want to remove anywhere. We'll have the data cursor is going to be a pointer, and this will say the subscribe, and we have our button. Now we can come here, we'll take this ul, we'll say social link. Inside that we'll take this li, and we have to display our icon social media. So we'll take this anchor, data cursor to be pointer, and inside that we'll take an image, it will have a image fluid class. Let's assign the social media icons, the images. So we have to display the very first one, so we have to get into the social folder and we'll display our fb. So that's the fb we have. Simply close one, and we have to replicate this couple of times. So that looks good. Simply copy and paste here a couple of times, and we have to change the images. So this is the fb, we have to change this to something like LinkedIn, and the classes will be same. This will be Insta, not Instagram, only Insta, and this is the last one. We have to change this to Twitter, and that's the only thing you have to do. So this looks good. I think I made a spelling mistake somewhere, so the images are not aligned perfectly. So here we have this social links, it's called links, and now it looks perfect. Close this one, it looks perfect. Now we can come here, we'll take this div, it will have a class called link section. Inside that we'll take this div footer class title, and that will take the image, and we have to take the class, and then we have to simply provide our star icon, star csv file. It's taking shape, looks good. Now we have to come here and we'll take this quick link, and now we have to display in the quick link. So we'll take a div, it will say footer content, in that we'll take this ul, it will have a li. Inside that we have to take this anchor, and data cursor is going to be a pointer, and we have to display the quick links. So the very first link we want to display is the home set, and this is what you have to do. Simply replicate it couple of times. So that's what I have. So simply replicate it couple of times, and we have to simply change the name. So this one is home. Okay, no issues I have so far, things are looking good. and this will be called service. This will be pricing, and this is the last one, which is a contact. So this is the first quick links we have, and now we have to create a couple of more. So let's have we can replicate the same link section. So simply come here, close this one. So this is the entire link section. So simply copy this one and paste here, and this time the image would be same. This will call the, let's say, our service, and here we have to do the changes. This will be the generate, this will be find image, this will be email writer, and the last one is a social media. So that's the second one. Now simply close this one and close this one, and simply copy and replicate the final time. So this will be our company, and here we have to do the changes to login. This will be blog listing, the last one is the blog, and here we can say the last one contact. So these are the quick links we have created, and looks good. Now we can simply come here, we can simply take a div, and we have to display our copyright. So we'll say footer copyright. In that we can take this h2, and we'll take this 23 all right, all the copyright reserve, and we can come here, we'll take this ul, we'll say footer links, and we'll take this li, we'll say href, we'll say privacy policy. So looks good. Now we can simply replicate this, and we can simply paste here terms and conditions. Beautiful. So all the components are looking fine. We have done with this entire one. This is the copyright section, is also looking good, and these are good. So with that we are done. Simply check the final time. That's how it will look on a desktop. Nice over effect we have, you can see. Beautiful. Quick links are linked, and here we have this. So let's change this to white. So let's provide a class called class text white, and that looks good. Beautiful. So here we are, it looks good. Cut this one and come back here, and this looks good. Now what we can do is come here. Okay, this function is not working. We are clicking, we are getting some sort of error. So let's scroll down and let's have a look. So this looks pretty good. Okay, all the components are opening, closing. That looks good, and we are hiding the quick links in the mobile device, but we are displaying in the desktop. That's also working fine. Over effect fine, and we are clicking here, we are here in the chat. So this is what we built in the last video. All the components are working fine, and we have tested that. So things are looking good so far. Things pretty good. Now what we can do is let's try to fix that issue we have. So let's check one more time, and let's do the inspect element, and that's also look good on a mobile device. So if I click, we are getting this error. So let's fix that one. So what we can do, come back in the code, and go back to the header component. Close this one, go back to the header component, and here we have to do the changes. So I found the error I made is still we are getting this error, you can see. So to fix this, all you have to do is you can come back here code, and here you have to remove this. Okay, make sure to remove that, and here you will have this navigation chat, and here you are in the chat page. Looks good. It's opening, it's closing, and looks pretty good. Now you can see in all the different screen sizes. So that's how it will look on the tablet, 100% responsive, the biggest screens, and the biggest one, the laptop, and the computer one. So that looks good. You can click, and you can come back here, and you can navigate to different components, and all is working fine. So close this one and come back here, close this one. This is what we have done. So this we have built all this. Now close this one. Now we're going to work on the authentication in the next video. So with that, I'm ending this video. I hope you guys have built the entire landing page, entire home page along with me. If you guys have encountered any errors, so make sure to rewatch the video. You might have forgot some classes, you might have forgot some components, and because of that you are getting this error. Okay, so make sure to rewatch the video if you have got any error. With that, let's move to the next video, and that we're going to build our login page. So let's move to that. In the last video we have completed the entire home page, and I believe that you guys have watched that. So this is what we have built in the last video. Looks absolutely stunning, and if you click on that, nothing is happening, and that's what we're going to build it. So let's go back to the login page. So login, hit enter, and this is the page we're going to build, and this one is the last video of our project. So let's start working on our login page. So click back on the pages, come back to the login, and here we have to do write the code. So before we write the code here, we have to come here in the component, go back to the auth, and here we have to import the component. So right now we have this two component, login and logout. So let's import that. This one is login, and that's coming from the same directory, and we need the logout or sign up, and that's coming from the same directory, and we have to simply export. So we'll say export login and sign up. So that's the only thing we have to do here. Cut this one. Now let's come back here in the login, and now we can start working on our login page. Internal import, we have to import the component login and the sign up, and that's coming from the component auth index. So let's come here, let's take a section. It will have a class section. So let's remove this one. We'll take a div. Inside that we'll take a section, and it will have a class called login section. Inside that we'll take a anchor, and we have to take a href. Inside that we'll have to take the image. Close that one. I don't know why my tags are not working. So we'll take this image slash logo, and we have to assign our CSV logo. So that's how it will look. And let's assign a class called image fluid, and we'll have this logo auth. So let's come here, we'll take a div, close that one, and it will have a class. So let's assign row margin 0. Then we'll have a div, let's close that one, and let's assign a class called column large 7, and we'll have this d large inline and blocked, and the last one is d none and padding 0. Then we'll take a div, and it will have a class called logo animation, and that will take the image. Let's assign a source asset slash, we have to get into the CSV folder. Then we have to display our auth slash 1 CSV, and then we have to display this data OS and fed up and data OS duration. We'll take this 1000, and then we'll take this data AOS delay will be 100, and this will be the class we'll call image fluid. We'll say image base, simply copy and replicate couple of times, and here we have to do the changes. This will be 3, and I don't know why the images are not displaying. So 3 svg, and let's change this to light, and this will be 1000, and this will be 3, and this will be 1000. So this are the changes, but the icons are not displaying. Okay, let's keep working. So this is the images. So let's remove this extra one we have created. So let's take a div, it will have a closing, then we'll assign a class called class image face, and simply copy, and that's what we have to simply paste here. And here we have to do a couple of changes. So first we're going to change this to flip lift, and this will be our 2500, and here we'll have another attribute called data AOS, and this will be easy, call easy out cubic. Inside that we'll take the image, we have to provide the source assets slash CSV slash auth 3 CSV. Okay, then assign a class called image fluid, and looks good. So this is the one we have provided. We have the duration, we have the delay, we have the classes, we have the smooth animations. Things are looking good. So let's remove this one, and here we have that, and we can remove this as well. We don't need this, we need only image fluid. So we got the image. Now we can simply come here, we'll take a div, and it will have a class called column XSL4, and we'll have column large 5, medium auto, and padding 0. Inside that, we'll take a div, and let's provide a class called login box. In that, we'll take a div. Inside that, we'll take this h2, and let's close this one, and we'll say welcome to. We have to take a span, close it, and in that we have to display the text. We'll say mega bot or AI, and here we'll take this UL. In that we have to take this nav tabs. We'll have an ID called my tab. We'll have a role called tab list. Inside that we'll take this li. In that we'll have a class called nav item. We'll have a row called presentation. Inside that, come here, and we have to get the button. So we have already done the hard work. So come back here, and we have to simply grab this button, copy till here, come here, and that's what we can simply paste. So simply come here and paste, and we have to do a couple of changes. Remove this one, and here we have that. So remove this class. We'll say nav link active, and we'll take this ID. We'll say login tab, and this will be called tab, and this will be called login tab pen, and we can take a role called tab and remove this one. We can simply copy and paste here. So this is the attribute we have provided. Now we can take one more. We'll say Arial selected. This will be true by default, and rest would be fine. And here we can display login. So this is the first button. Simply copy and paste one more time, and here we can simply change this to sign up, and we can simply remove this active class, then change this to sign up, and simply copy this one, and that's the changes you have to do here, and this will be false by default. So this is the two buttons we have here. So we got the signing and sign up. Now we can come here, we'll take a div, let's close that one, and we'll take a class called tab content. It will have an ID called my tab content. Inside that will display our two component, login and sign up, and that's the only thing you have to do here. So if you come back here, so our image is not displaying. Maybe I have done something wrong in the spelling, but I'll keep it for later. So this looks fine. You can see we can switch back to different tabs. So this looks good. Now we can start working on the login. So let's make it side by side so we can see what we are exactly working on. Let's drag down here. Now we can import a couple of things from React. So we need use state and use effect, and we can come here, we'll take its use state, and we'll say user. This is the user. Now we can come here, we'll take this use effect, and we'll come here, we'll take this variable called str, and we have to get the data from the local storage. So we'll call this user detail. Let's make it capital D, details, and we have to set that data as a user. So we'll say pass object JSON pass, and we'll pass this star, and here we have to build if statement. We'll say pass object means we have the name of the user in the local storage, then only we have to store in the state variable, and we'll pass the entire object. So that's the use hook we have. Now we can start working on the JSX. Let's take a class called tab panel. We'll take this fade show active by default. We'll take an ID and we'll call it login tab pan. It will have the role called tab pan panel, and we'll have this Arial labeled by login tab, and we'll take this tab index to, let's say, 0. So that's the we have. Now remove this one. We'll take this dynamic block and we'll say that, let's take a div. It will have a class called auth form. It will check if we have the user. So if we have the user, then do, otherwise this. So if we have the user, we have to display nothing else, we have to display this component. We'll take this div. It will have a class called md3 form group. Inside that, we'll take a icon, and it will have a data icon, and that's one is mail. We'll take this label, remove this, take the for, and this will call the email id. We'll have a class called form label, and that will take this email id. Now we have to take the input. So we'll take an input. It will have a class called form control, and type is going to be email. Let's assign a placeholder. Enter your mail, and looks good. Now we'll take an id. We'll say email id. So this is the first input we have. Simply replicate it one more time, and this one for the, so do these changes in the top margin, bottom, and here we have to change this to log2, and here we have to change the id to password, and remove this to enter your password, and here we have to do the changes called password. Okay, these are the two input field we have, and now we can simply display our button. So we'll say anchor button solid with 100, text center, and margin top 3. We don't want to redirect, simply remove this one, and inside that we'll take our text. So we'll take this. If we have the user is already connected, means user have logged in or created account, then we'll display this start chatting. Otherwise we have to display this login me in. So this is our dynamic component. Now let's assign a data cursor to a pointer, and we'll assign this href to be user. If we have the user, then display the slash chat, else we have to display nothing. Okay, something wrong I have done, so it's solid, and here we have that one. So if we have the user object in the local storage, then we have to do this styling. If we don't, then do this. So that's the simple logic we have built. So and looks good. Now we can simply come here. We'll take this user. If user exists, then nothing. Otherwise we have to display this h4, and we can say this text title, text center, and margin top true, and that will say don't have an account, and we have to simply provide this anchor. We don't want to redirect anywhere. You can redirect, but this say data cursor a pointer, and we'll display our text, and it will say sign up, and that's how it will look. So the tab is working absolutely fine. So that's the only thing we have to do here. Close this one, and if we come here, so this is what we have in the login page. Now what we can do is the same thing we have to do here in the sign up page as well. So let's come back to the sign up page, because the login page is working fine, and we have to follow the same structure. So let's import couple of things quickly. Use state, and we'll take this use, and we'll take this user. Okay, remove this one, and this will be user. So object, we'll take the name, we'll take the email, we'll take the password, and we'll take the confirm password. So these are the information we're going to take from the user. So that's what we have. Now we'll take a variable called handle form field change. It will take the field name, and it will take the event, and that we have to simply update. We'll take the set user, we have to deconstruct that, and we'll take the field name e.target.value. So this will automatically update our state variable. Now we can come here, we'll take a create a function called create account. It will take an event. In that we have to take this first, we have to prevent the default behavior. Then we have to take this if we have all of this data, then we want to store and create the account. Otherwise we don't allow user to do that. So they have to provide the name, email, password and the confirm password. If it exists, then we're going to take this data as a JSON. So let's take this variable called JSON object, and we have to stringify this data and pass it. Once we have this data in a stringify format, we have to simply store that. We'll call it set item, and we have to pass this user detail with capital, and we'll pass the entire object. So in that way we are storing the information of the user in the local storage, and then we have to simply reload the browser. So that's the one thing we have to do, and that's the login functionality I have created. Okay, you can use a dedicated backend where you're going to store the information about the user in the backend server. That's not I'm using in this. If you really want to learn about the API development in advance, I have a complete playlist. I have a complete project on that. It's a 14 hours long course, so make sure to understand and follow that course. In that I have teach you every single thing about the API development, login and logout. So make sure to check that, but I'm not going to use that in this video, in this project. Now what we can do is come back here in the login and simply copy this entire JSX, and that's what we're going to simply use here. Paste here, and here you can see the user is already logged in. We have the data of the user in the local storage, and because of that it's displaying this. So first thing what we have to do is we have to remove the data from the local storage. So make it on the big screen. So that's how it will look. Let's go to the inspect element, bring it back here, and let's make it big and go back to the applications, and here we have all the data already here. So I'm going to simply remove that one and reload the browser, and here you can see the components opened up for the login and logout, sign up. So now we have to simply do the changes. So make it side by side, and now here we have to do the editing. So first we have to change this ID, sign up, and copy and paste here, sign up. That's the first thing. Remove this show inactive, and the rest would be fine. And we don't need this one. Simply remove this one and remove this one. Okay, so remove this one, and now it's look good. This one is okay, no issues we have here. So we'll call it name. This will be the name, and here you can see name. The tabs are working fine, and here we have to simply call the function. So change this to name. This will be the name, and it will have an onChange function, and that we have to call the function we have created. What is the name of the function? Handle form. So call that handle form, and that we have to pass the name and event. So that's the thing we have to do. And here we have the second one. So let's change this to margin bottom 3, and this will be the email ID. Change this to email ID, and this will go like copy and paste here, and we have to change this email. So that's the 2. Now simply copy this one and paste here, and change this to password, and this will be the email. This will be password. This is already password, so this will be the password, and I'm getting this error message. So let's see what I've done. Okay, simply copy this one. I forgot to copy that. Copy this and paste here, and the error is gone. And here we have to do the changes. So this will be the email, and this is called password. Save it, copy, paste one more time, and this is the password. Confirm password. And here we have to simply do the changes. This will be the so copy and paste here. This will be password 1, this will be the password 1, and here we have, looks good. Okay, so in this way we are updating all the data, and we're going to simply pass this password confirm, and that's will update our state variable. And here we have the button. So what we can do, we can simply remove this one, and we're going to have this. We remove this. Let's provide the classes, and this will be 4, and we don't need this. Simply remove this one, and we simply remove this one, and we'll say sign up. And this will have an on-click function, and on the on-click we have to simply call the function we have created for the account. Create account, we'll pass the event, and that's it. Looks good. Now we can come here. We'll take this class name, text title, text center, and we'll have a margin top 2 pixels. We'll say already have an account. Then you can go to the login, just start using straight away. We'll take this data cursor to be pointer, and it will say sign in. Save it. You can see the tabs are working fine. We have no issues. Let's see on the big screen. Our image is not displaying. Okay, just keep it for timing. And it's look good. Here we are. The shadow is there. Let's do the inspect element and let's try to create an account. So here you can see we have nothing. So let's create an account. So once I will create the account, this data will store in the local storage. So let's give the name. So I'll call it Daulat. Let's give an ID, this random, and let's give the password random password. And the moment I will click on this sign up, you can see this data is stored in the local storage and the browser reload. And here we got this start chatting component. Save never. If you click on this, you can see this is the information we have provided. We have stored it. If you click on that, it will take you to the chat page and the user can start using this. Looks good. Now you can come to the home page. Things are looking absolutely good. Let's check this final time. We have no issue, and this all components are looking good. We can open, we can close, and we have this. Okay, that looks good. Close that one, and all the tabs are working fine. We are changing, the data is changing. Come back to the home page and you can click on the login. So it's not going. So let's come back to the home and go back to the header component, because there we have to do the changes. So what we can do, come back home, go to the header. This is the hero section, not in the hero section. We have to go header, and here we have the menu list. So we have to find the button. So where is the button? And here we have the button. Here we have to simply redirect to the login page. Save it. Here they are on the login page, and we can click and we can come to the chat page. So things are looking fine. We have no issues. So finally we have completed the entire project. You can see every single thing is working fine. Now let's come back to the home page and let's have a look final time. So this is how our home page would look like. This is the beautiful front end we have designed, and I hope you guys have watched this. So this is the entire component we have built. We have the different tabs and we have the footer. We have the nice over effect on the card. Looks good. We have this different components, nice feature sections, and this is the section, and it's 100% responsive for all the devices. It looks pretty good. If I expand this, you can see it's 100% responsive for all the devices, and that's how it will look. So we're done with this. If you click on that, that's how it's going to open. So if you click on this chat, here we are on the chat. You can simply ask your questions. Let me show you. So you can see this is how it will look. You can go to the different one. Looks good. This is the models we have, and that looks good. You can simply see all the thing. Okay, so this is what we have designed as a chat one, and now in the last video, and this is what we have completed in this video. This is the login and log out. So let's do one thing. Let's start everything from the beginning. Let's test this final time and we are done. So first we have to delete all the local storage information, and now we can simply come back to the code. And here we are, and you can see first thing we're going to do is open our terminal and stop the application from running. And we have stopped the application. Let's do it from the beginning so you guys can be on the same path. So let's delete this artifact, and we have to delete this cache. And now we can start it. So simply open up your terminal. Now we have to first start our server. So we have to get into the server folder. We'll say cd server, and we have to start our server, and npm run server server, and this will start our server. Simply split the terminal. So now we have to start our local blockchains. First we have to get out of the cd servers folder, and here we are in the main directory, and now we'll type npx hardhat node. This will start the local blockchain and it will give you 20+ account. Simply drag here and let's split it one more time, and let's call the script folder. So let's come back here, and this is the script. Hit enter and it will deploy our contract. And here we got the address, here we got the artifact, and here we have that contract. So this time we already have the JSON file. So let's close this one, come back here in the context, and we already have, because we haven't done any changes, we don't have to worry about that. Now we have to simply start our application. We'll type npm run dev, and here our application is started, and here you can see every single thing is working fine. We have no issues in our application. Everything is calling fine, animations are working fine. Let me first log out from the applications. So I'll simply call logout and reload the browser. It will open the MetaMask automatically, and I will have to provide it and hit enter. And here we are logged into the application. Looks good. So if I come back here, go to the chat, now I can use free. So I have 5 free, so I can simply search for it. So I can simply search for 5 free trial. I'll say hi ChatGPT GPT, and it will give me the response. So this is what I get. You can say hi Daulat. Let's say what it says. Daulat ki chaat is a traditional Indian dessert. I don't know this, that my name is used in as for chat. So you can see everything's working fine. Now what we have to do is we have to take the subscriptions. So let's come back here, and now we have to simply call the function, and we have to initialize, because we have deployed the contract. Now we have to create the membership. So let's come back to the code, and inside the code, come back here. Let's bring this down, come back here in the page, go back to the index, and here we have the function. Simply uncomment this one and come back here in the context, and the very first we'll create is for 1 month. Month, not months. Come back in the browser and come back to the home page, and here we have the button, so we can create it. So before we do that, we have to clear our MetaMask, because if I call the function just like this, it's going to fail because of the history is there in the MetaMask. So clear the entire history in the MetaMask, reload the browser, and simply call it. Click on this membership, it will open that one, and confirm. So we have created 1 more. Let's create 2 more. So this will be for 3, and this will be for 6 and months. Save it, come back here and click on 1 more time, and here we are creating the second membership. We have done it. Now let's create it for 5, and this will be for 1 year, and it will display absolutely fine. Come back here, reload the browser, and now click on this list membership. It will open this. Click on confirm, and here we are. So we have created. Click on this chat, and you can see we can use this free one. We can use it free one. So if I come back here, let's type, I'll say hi ChatGPT by ChatGPT. I know these questions are stupid. ChatGPT is not available for purchase. Why? You can have a conversation. So the main reason why it's important to have a good understanding of different types of computer networking is because different types of networks are used in different purpose. So you can see it's talking about its model, the language model, and we are out of this free trial. Now what I will do is I'll come back here, and I can simply take the membership. Click on the select membership, and it will open, and I'm paying this one. Click on this confirm, and here I am in the pro, reload, and now I can simply search for it. So that's the one way. And if you want to see the details, you can come back here, and here you will find all the details. So you have taken for the 6 month, you have paid 3matic. This is the one ID. He was the only one user. The expiry date, when it's going to be expired, so it will expire in 2014 second month and 12. You can see automatically the date got calculated, and this is the address, and you can easily able to create your account from here, or you can go to the login page as well. So let me show you. Now come back here, and let's go to the login page, and let's create an account. So right now we cannot log in, because this one is a demo one, because we are not using any backend. We are just storing the information in the local storage. Come back here in the sign up and say Daulat will take Daulat 1234 at the @gmail.com 124. You can give any number 234 and click on this sign up, and you can see it's store the information in the local storage, and here we got these options. If you click on that, it will say take you here. So the logging feature is also working fine, and now you can come here, and here you will find the information which you have provided, and you can also find this information in your local storage. So you will find two different information. So if you come back to the applications, you can see this is the user details, so like the email, and we have this dollar password, and here we have the free trial is over. Now we are in the pro member, and here we have the user information which we have stored, and looks fine. That's what it looks good. Now you can simply update, but when you update your information from here, make sure to provide in all the fields, because that's the logic we have implemented. If you click on this, it will be update, and now you can come here, and here you will find this information here, and here everything is working fine. So the login and logout feature is also working. Now come back here, this is also looking good. And now let's write the final time. Ask our ChatGPT. We'll say why we should learn chain development. Hit enter. It's going to give you this response, and with this response we are completed this entire project. Hope you guys have enjoyed this project, and you guys can build your own application using the power of AI, OpenAI, and you can integrate with the backend. So every single thing is working fine. We are in the pro member, and now we can ask as many questions as we want for the next 6 months. So different things are looking absolutely fine. You can click on this, and you can say generate generate TRONGE strong password, and it will be generate the strong password for you. You can say WRITE writer LA letter. Just forget about my spelling, I made a lot of mistakes, but the AI is smart enough to understand that what you are asking. So with that, we are done with this entire project. It's 100% responsive for all the devices. So you can click on that, you will have this menu, you can go to the different pages, different components, no problem in that at all. You can go to the different pages, you can see the history is there. You can simply scroll down, and you can simply click on this, and you can select different mode. You can select the social media, it will display, and you can ask your question. So if you want, I'm done with coding, I am done with coding, and it's going to give you the response in a mobile. You can see that's great. What language are you learning? Okay, so it's giving absolutely amazing. So hope you guys have built this entire projects along with me, and you guys have understood that what logic we have implemented and how we have structured our entire application. And this application is 100% ready. All you have to do is to deploy and build an additional feature. So I want you to come and simply replace all of this text and add your own text. So this is the project which you can include in your portfolio to show that you know how to deal with the API, how to deal with the AI models, and use it in Web3 space with the smart contract. You can upload this application and start making money out of it. So you can allow user to take membership, and they can take the membership through the cryptos, and they can use your application. Right now, if you look at the plan of the ChatGPT for the pro members, you have to pay $20, but you can sell it for less, like $10, and you can allow them to search based on the contract. Or you can have another way, you can add Google AdSense in this, and you will start making money by displaying the ads. So this is the phenomenal application we have built so far. Again, if you guys have encountered any error, or if you guys want me to support, do so, because I really need your support. So come here, and you will find all the things that what I do, and I have launched this particular course. A lot of good review we have got, a lot of students have already joined it. So make sure to come and have a look. This will teach you every single thing which you have to know about the Reacts, and how you can deal with the AI models, and how you can use the power of context management. We have used Redux toolkit. So this will teach you every single thing which you have to know. So make sure to come and take and have a look from your end. And if you have stuck, and if you want to take the final source code, you can simply come here. And here we have built so many projects, more than 20 projects we have here. So I want you to build each one of this project. That will give you a better idea. So spend the next 3 to 4 months building all of this project, and you will be the master. So this is the one which you have, or you can simply come here and you can able to filter. I want you to build this NFT marketplace because this one is the most demandable right now. You can simply click on this recent and here you can filter that one. I want to build about this build token second app. This will teach you that how you can build a custom token, how you can work with the DeFi space. We have built our extension, we have built our NFT API business model, we have the real estate DApp, and we have tons of, we have the API. This is the complete API course we have on the channel. We have the Uniswap clone. So tons of project we have built. So make sure to come, and if you want to get the final code, you can simply click on that and you can get that. And here I have show you that what the setup you have to do once you get the final code. So with that, I'm done with this entire project. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this entire project. So with that, we are done with this entire project and we're going to have a new project very soon on our channel, so you guys can follow that. Have a wonderful day. Bye bye.